Good morning. Good morning. Sorry for the delay today. I was opening stream and then my OBS decided to crash. I guess it's better it crashes before it fucks up my YouTube waiting room than it crashing like after I fucking get off my loading screen. That's happened before. That's happened. OBS hate. I agree. Dog with the butter dog. I love the early morning butter dog. I think I gotta get the bacon and the egg. OBS hates us. True and real. Dog with the butter dog. I put the butter on the dog. Butter dog. Thank you. Thank you.
Fox jihad on the enemies of the Kirsche fate.
Oh, inshallah, brother. Fucking Quando Bandwi! Thank you for the 69 buttered doggos. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. OBS made her gay. I mean, it happens. You know, it happens to some people. It seems OBS is just being even more OBS today, unfortunately. I have so many things to go through. There's like it feels like the amount of stuff that happened in the last 24 hours. Like, it feels like a week has passed, man. How did I get 2 hit pieces dropping on the same day? How are they making so many hit pieces about an anime woman? What the fuck is you like? You would think I have as many subscribers as like Asmongold or something. Like, what the fuck is going on? I'm too strong. I just don't fucking get it. I just don't fucking get it. And I had something really fun planned, and I had really hoped to get it out yesterday, but some things happened and we had to delay it, but it's okay because that made things even better. So hopefully my editor finishes it today, and I'll be checking my email intermittently. You guys know I don't like doing things like that on stream, but I was really excited for this. So if my editor can finish it on time, and it's not Stray Wolf, I hired a different guy, just similar to like Oranji, doing those edits for me. Sorry, Stray Wolf, it's super secret. It required real life actor, as it were. So I had to do a whole bunch of moving parts. And when my editor finishes that, hopefully it'll be today, and I can do that on stream. You tease us with suspense. I know. Usually I like having everything set up and ready to go before I go live, but you know. She hates you specifically, Stray Wolf. Stray Wolf is doing great work with the Foxy News. He absolutely is. He absolutely is. Mysterious Senor Hitler, thank you for 5. Did I see what the Lords of the Fallen dev tweeted about me? Said he would be happy to collab, but take it with a grain of salt. Wait, why take it with a grain of salt? If he said he would be happy to, like that doesn't seem very ambiguous, right? Like, that seems fine. Twitter! Wolfenwings, thank you for the 777 lucky slot numbers, dude. Thank you. Thank you. Fucking side scrollers. Craig's so sweet. Starting that hashtag. Craig's so sweet. There's I think I tweeted out a video. I think I tweeted out a video that made that really funny. Oh my god. I'm glad I took that screenshot earlier. What the fuck? Before I went to bed, I took a screenshot of having like 66.6 followers because I wanted to make a funny tweet. Apparently now I have 67.1, so it's a good thing I got that screenshot. God fucking damn. Where is it? Where is it? I know I tweeted it. I've been doing some, oh, that's a penis. Okay, here we go. Do not joke about the Senor Hitler thing. There's a real chance of that shit being true. I mean, we read the declassified FBI docs. So, you know. Marek isn't a rando dev. He's the CEO of CI Games. If he's willing to onboard you for partnership, you'd be listening? Yeah, exactly. Like, it didn't seem like a very ambiguous thing. I have very many DM to find and respond to because my inbox is blowing the fuck up. So, I've responded to a handful of people, and fucking Razor issuing a pimp slap was also fucking hilarious. To the point that it got that seething weirdo delete his tweet. Alright, okay. Deadass, the first time you saw Kirsche, Shiloh side by side, you thought it was being revealed as Kirsche was a total MILF. It does look that way. It definitely does look that way. here in DMs. I know they don't go together very well. They don't go together very well. Block JDA in the quartering. I mean, the quartering has been kind to me, and he was one of the only people willing to make a video on Bridge back when I was first talking about it. I'm pretty sure he was unironically the first person besides me to make a video on Bridge, like, last year. So, also Soup, yeah. My stuff is broken. We had a slaves drop not work. That's Binary Mind's job, but I think he's not here right now. Because he's at work. So if things are broken, we're, you know. Also, Stream Elements has been having issues where some things are just getting giga delayed, so like that slaves might play just randomly 3 hours from now. We'll see. That damn Soup. Yeah, right. That damn fucking Soup. But if somebody dropped the slaves, let me at least see if my back end of Stream Elements is working, so I can at least thank them, even if their slaves are trapped on the ship for a little while longer. Let's see. Let's see. Lord Commissar Augustus Van Thule, thank you for the 660. You want to know why I dislike Polish people? What the fuck? One of my like largest whales for years was a Pole. What do you mean? What did he mean by this? The last 4 donos were cocked, unfortunately. I genuinely have no idea what's the fucking going on with Stream Elements, dude. Those are biddies, There's the Butta Dog from earlier. Yeah, I don't even see the slaves in here. So not only did they get cucked from their alert, but they just don't exist in my back end right now. Always great to see our unhinged Foxu. Oh, Jesus. Beta retardation. What do you mean? You bring funny cursed news? You showed your roommate the clip of me talking about the foreskin snack pouch for the homies and about sounding. His thoughts were, could you take your foreskin and sound yourself with it? You could demonstrate this with a paper towel tube, a shirt, and a plunger handle. Chat lost their mind and called it the foreskin Ouroboros, or the Foroboros, if you will. Have fun with this cursed knowledge. I don't think you can fit a plunger handle in your urethra. Cause like plunger handles are larger than fingers, and it looks pretty painful when people put like thumbs inside urethras. So like I don't think you could do that. Not with that attitude. Oh yeah. Red Heracross, thank you for congrats on passing 80k subs. Yeah, I really hope I don't have to drop feet in the middle of a cancellation attempt. That would be really strange to be like, hey guys, I know my sponsors are getting tagged every day by people with various mental illnesses and a chip on their shoulder, but have my toes. Nearly 84. Jesus Christ. To all my haters, time for a pedicure. Hayden Wayne, thank you for the 50. We got your back, Foxy. The freaks don't stand a chance against you, especially with the army that is amassed around you. Makes me happy seeing all the support. It makes me happy seeing all the support, too. Like, the amount of people who have, like, made videos and come out and, like, said shit, it's been actually, like, just insane. And, that's, like, this little video thing that I tweeted out from, Craig making that, I stand with, Foxu hashtag. Originally, I was just like, that's not my name. But then I was like, you know, most people probably can't spell Kirsche, so Craig's like 500 IQ. You can't fuck up spelling Foxu. I'd make the degenerates stop hating you. I think most of us would understand if you needed to delay toes after acknowledging we reached the goal. Oh, absolutely.
In the future there will be Kirsche breeding farms for dishonorable chatters to a Kirsche. That good macaroni in a potka hussy.
Why you like
will be
this?
So destroyed they'll have to be switched out between chatters.
What the hell? What the fuck? Do not the Kirsche! What's wrong with you? So, oh, okay, thank you, moderators. Kaltenbach, thank you for the 200 slaves. Sorry, Kaltenbach, that you're getting double cucked by the Stream Elements alert and the Stream Elements backend. They think you're too powerful. Thank you, Kaltenbach, for those $200 doodles. Thank you. That's probably gonna jump scare me in like an hour or two. So fucking weird, man. Why does it do that? Okay, let us go to this video. That's interesting. That's interesting. Wow. Wow, so many tweet. It's almost like the majority of support for those kinds of people is entirely manufactured, and they have to prop themselves up using already maintained connections with corporations in order to make it appear like they have mainstream support and that we're the weird radical ones. Wow, much wow, big support. Half of those 10 weren't even supporters. I know. Half of those were just shit posts. Oh, is that panties on that plushie's head? Hold on, wait a minute. I need like one of my 10 female viewers to put panties on the plushie's head and post a picture. Willkommen Peak. Oh, perfect timing. Pickle, put some panties on your plush. Perfect timing. Woman spotted. There are about 40 posts supporting Anna on Blue Sky. 20 are by Anna. Jesus Christ. Super Mario World title music. There's a whole 10. I just don't believe you. She just got here who starts a conversation like that. You know, it's fine. She's seen my underwear on my model before. Joe Dutchman, thank you for the 10. Kirsche, you're never gonna give me up. Never gonna let me down. Never gonna run around and desert me. Never gonna make me cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt me. I like that song. I feel like that song is actually a really fun, really good song. And, oh, that's the Maltesers video. We don't need to watch him put Maltesers in his foreskin again. Am I just in the wrong browser entirely? Hold on, I don't recognize any of these tabs. What's going on? What is going on? Okay, yeah, I was in the wrong browser. That's okay. You know, we're fine. I found my way. I found my way back. But, there was a video put out that was brought to my attention, done by a former editor at Sportskita. And for those of you who aren't keeping up with just how many hit pieces have already dropped on me, because this is kind of what these, like, disingenuous smear merchants do, is they'll write one article full of slander, and then they will tag all of their other little journalist friends and hope other journalist friends will write more articles of slander that cite the first article as evidence that it's really happening, and then it spirals from there, and more get written, and they all just circularly cite each other as proof that, yes, this is happening, and yes, there's a lot of outrage over it. When in fact, literally nobody should fucking care. I am not even as edgy as, like, Dave Chappelle, and that man has fucking Netflix deals, dude. Like what they did with the Fruit Farm site. I mean, anal violence had been with Keffels before, so that doesn't surprise me. Truly, Kirsche's anime hatred has manifested in the weirdest timeline, where an anime woman is his greatest ally. I am literally his Israel. Ricky Gervais makes you look politically correct. True and real. True and real. You're so happy that anal violence is now their name. Absolutely, there's plenty of comics that have acts that are more cancelable. Exactly. Like, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking insane to me, dude. But this guy, I thought this was a really good video.
Hi there. This is Big Micah C here.
Because I am not a journalist. A lot of people enjoy calling me a journalist. Because I guess you guys are my real haters. You know, fucking why would you call me a slur? But, you know, because of all the work I've done on Bridge, and because of all the, like, investigative stuff I've done with Bridge, like, I've had so much going on in my life, I didn't even realize until just now talking about Bridge that their 2025, like, retreat thing already happened. And I didn't even look and see if there were, like, videos of that I could go find. Because I've just been so fucking busy with all of this nonsense. Maybe that was the goal all along. George Soros bought Vice, and so he didn't want me looking into Bridge any longer, and so he had his weird little journalist people smear me, so I'd have to focus on that instead of Bridge's retreat. I'm tin foiling out of my mind right now. But I'm not a real journalist, so I don't have the perspective of people who have actually worked in journalism. Like, obviously, I think this is slander. I think they are purposefully lying about me, because it's very obvious. And I mean, when Asmongold went through it, he's like, even the clip they posted in this article proves their title wrong. Like, the source they link for their claim proves their claim wrong. So it's nice to hear somebody who has that journalistic background be like, these people should be fired.
Normally, whenever I do videos, I don't really tend to delve into culture war stuff very often. But every once in a while, something comes along that I find to be so egregious that I feel the need to speak up on it, because what I find is so vile that I feel like ignoring it is a big problem. And the perspective that I like to take in many of the videos I do is from my experience as an author, mostly that, really, to be honest with you. But I spent many of my years as a journalist, writing for different outlets, and then being an editor.
You're getting a
for
vigorous
an
spanking
I
because
haven't
you've been a bad
spoken
girl.
on what
Please
that
do not
outlet
spank
is,
the
but the title of
editor.
the video probably gives it away. I was an editor for
It is in the
Sports
darkest of
Kita,
days that
specifically.
promises kept shine so much brighter, like toes painted in brilliant hue, 100,000 chatters not arrayed at parade that should befit such a reveal, but entrenched and feeling the gain in morale that much more. Avpeditatus.
Appetitatus? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Thank you. Welcome, newbies. You're in for a ride. 3-minute-old dono. Yeah, things are hella fucking delayed over here. I don't know why, man.
For their MMA branch. And it's not a job that I really have a whole lot of negative feelings about. I quite liked my time there. In fact, when I was told that there were going to be budget cuts in my...
That's a lot of dicks. You haven't seen Micah Curtis in ages? He has sleeves now. Well, he's got half sleeves. Let's not get too excited.
God.
Journalism is probably the most dishonorable profession. I would respect a prostitute before I respect a journalist, honestly.
Thank
you! It's the Nikki. I was like, what the fuck? I just scrolled so hard. It's the Nikki. Thank you for the 5,000 dick biddies. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy.
Contract was not going to be renewed. I was depressed for two reasons. One, obviously being out of a job. But two, the fact that I wasn't going to get to work with a lot of the people that I really enjoyed working with at the MMA branch. Now, there was a problem at Sports Kita when I was there. But admittedly, this is a problem that is permeated throughout journalism in general, to the point where I didn't really want to be involved in journalistic
It is
work.
very difficult not to be 100% black-billed by the scum that's attacking. I am doing the Kirsche in anger.
What did I just do? Oh god, I don't know what I just did. What did I do? I just broke my OBS. What the? Oh, well, okay, all right. Oh, I see. I clicked studio mode. I've never clicked studio mode. Thank you, Kaitenbach. Thank you again, Kaitenbach, for the 200 slaves. In my like 4
Go
years.
Foxu. Go. Based.
Go. In my like 4 years of using OBS, I've never touched the studio mode button, so I had no idea what I just clicked. That slaves like
It's not
fucking
Friday,
jump
but I
scared me,
need
man.
to support my Foxu, especially semicolon why
Semicolon.
against the Twitter journalist ho.
Semicolon. Oh, like studio mode's cool. It's really good with teleport, RTMP, multi-PC streaming. I have no idea what the fuck you just said.
Anymore, because I was under the impression that the journalistic world has no interest in writing
This
the
is
shit,
a public service
and that
announcement.
is
Kirsche
deceptive
chat are
writing.
Super duper mega cute and wonderful. Less than 3. I stand with Foxu.
Thank you. If we're not even 2 minutes into this video, if TTS keeps going off like every 15 seconds, I might have to turn it off. We might be at a point where I have to turn that TTS off today.
There were many times during my time at Sports Kita where we would have younger writers that would try to publish articles.
Don't apologize, stinkies! Don't apologize for the TTS. I'm just saying, like, I had to tone down my alerts in the first place to try and, like, actually get through stuff, because they would be very disruptive. So it's not your fault. I appreciate you. Thank you. It's the way I have things set up.
the arguments that they would make for statements or the titles of certain posts would be incredibly salacious, and I would have to go to my bosses to get the titles changed,
which is kind of crazy.
And effectively there would be days where I would reject an article several times because of how poor the argument was, because the writer was so dead set on pushing a narrative instead of reporting on the news that I had to push it back and say, this is a narrative, you need to make this factual, or I'm just going to reject this completely. And there were many points in time where I would just flat out reject articles because the writer in question would not put their biases, their political biases specifically, out of the question when we were reporting on people getting punched in the damn face.
And it seems really weird, right, that he's talking from the perspective of an editor, and he ran into this issue so many times that people could not report on something without injecting their opinion. And I mean, we've commented on that when we read articles all the time, where it's just like, this doesn't feel like reporting, this feels like they're putting their opinion into it. Which, like, would be fine if they're writing an opinion piece, but if it's supposed to be news, it's supposed to just be, like, report objectively on what is happening, not how you feel about it. Standards in 2025? Yeah, I'm not surprised that that's the case, right? But it's still just, like, amusing to see that there are people in journalism who were trying to have integrity and probably just felt like they were surrounded by people who didn't give a shit about that.
And it was a problem that I mentioned to my editor several times. Now, thankfully, I have nothing bad to say about my former bosses in the MMA branch of Sportskeeda. They were all great people. They listened to me, and they agreed with me on many things in regards to keeping journalistic integrity. And I was blessed to get to mentor young writers that wanted to learn the ropes of journalism. And I'm still proud of getting to be able to do that. But Sportskeeda is a very large website. And I bring this along because I feel like the warning that I gave is one that got ignored. Or just continuously gets ignored. And it's not a sentiment that enough editors have, because an article like this that went up,
I'm gonna give you a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad boy. Thank you for the 25. It fell onto deaf ears. Yeah, it did.
Should not have gone up. So what this is VTuber Kirsche goes viral for seemingly defending Shiloh Hendrix' fundraiser after latter reportedly calls the child the N-word, or a child the N-word. For those who do not understand the context, an autistic child who is black was rummaging...
We still have no proof that the child was autistic or 5 years old. That's just been repeated. I've literally never seen a source for either of those things. It's just been claimed and then repeated everywhere. So who knows? If that, like, I'm not dogging on this guy for saying it. It's just like, where did that come from? Where is the source?
Through Shiloh Hendrix' bag, specifically the diaper bag for her baby. She reacted very poorly and called that child the N-word with the hard R.
Hardy R.
There's nothing correct about the situation because the person who got it on film is allegedly involved in child sex crimes.
Yes.
So, whole mess of a situation, right? There's nothing good about this. Kirsche discussed the situation because even though she is a VTuber, and a lot of people are kind of used to VTubers being really cutesy and singing and doing things along those lines.
I can't
Kirsche
sing!
Is different. She prefers... Well, she does do games and stuff like that, but she also covers things that are going on in the news. The fact of the matter is that...
It's me, I'm the real Foxu News.
What this title is saying is false. This is written by Rhetoric Bhattacharya.
Yeah, the Anar Kitty, by the way.
Let's go to the clip that we see that supposedly defends this.
Count that I had been using to keep up with stuff
We need
in
to hear my
Boston.
ass again.
The Bostonians against Mayor Wu unfortunately seems like a giga cuck. The fact that you can raise money for calling a 5-year-old...
I do like, right, like the one shining star in all of these fucking hit pieces is that there have now been hundreds of thousands, if not more people, hearing me call Bostonians against Mayor Wu a giga cuck. That's the one silver lining I can take from all of this, is that I have immortalized that man as a giga cuck.
The N-word is insane. Hope they shut down her campaign. They shouldn't. They didn't shut down Carmelo Anthony's campaign. So getting mad at this just outs you as like a very hypocritical person. No racism, no hate. No racism, no hate. Unless it's against white people, I guess. Instead of donating to a trailer trash racist, you can donate to me instead. What a little weasel. What a little weasel freak, actually. How in the name of Baby Moses on Fire did we go from the loving society of the 90s to the fucking mess in 2025? That's some chutzpah. A lot of people are just like, unfollowed. That's an unfollow for me. Bostonian guy said, oh no, what am I going to do without followers? I think it's okay to call a 5-year-old the N-word.
And I do want to say, like, I think a lot of people are correct when, like, they listen to this and they're just like, well, the 90s weren't actually, you know, this, like, post-racial time period that a lot of people think of. And I think we've had this discussion before. And they bring up, like, you know, O.J. Simpson and the Rodney King riots and stuff. And it's like, you know, I get where they're coming from. And I've admitted fully that it's like, it could just be nostalgia on my end, right? Because, like, I was a child in the 90s. Things felt fine to me in the 90s. But because I was so young and not paying attention to things outside of my direct, like, area of influence, right? Like, I wasn't paying attention to politics. I wasn't paying attention to, like, war stuff. I wasn't, like, I paid attention to, like, my friend group as a child does, right? So, like, my friend group and then, like, whatever I consumed as media on TV. I wasn't, like, reading articles and stuff like that. So, people who are far older than I was and paying attention to things in the 90s obviously are going to have a much better frame of reference for how things were than I would. We were told that the post-racial society was on the way, and we were trending up to that time compared to the 80s, 70s, and 60s. And I mean, that could potentially be true, right? I don't know the trajectory of how things might have been, like, crazy bad in the 60s, and then the improvement in the 70s, and then the improvement in the 80s, and then even with the bad stuff in the 90s, maybe there was still improvement. I have no idea. What I do know is that throughout all of this time, obviously, Marxists had been doing the long march through all of our institutions. And so a lot of our generations were getting indoctrinated in colleges and in schools way before we started noticing it when we were adults in, like, the 2000s and the 2010s. I don't think most people think it's okay. I think there are a lot of people who are tired of things happening, like Daniel Penny, like the whole George Floyd incident and the Summer of Love, like the Carmelo Anthony. There's just a lot of people tired of the two-tier justice system, and they start saying some crazy things and doing some crazy things. That doesn't make it okay, but it's like, that's just kind of the consequence of where we're at now, unfortunately. My
and there are some people who are like
autism
accelerationists that are like, the pendulum is going to swing back so far it's going to break off, and I hope that's not true.
I presented the entire bit in its context because I feel like the context is very important here.
It is.
And I want to bring up a quote. This is probably my favorite quote of all time whenever it comes to discussion of an event.
I don't think
This is from
the
C.S.
90s
Lewis,
were
famous
perfect,
theologian.
but it seems to have been a better time as people were looking to move forward and not wallow in blame and grievance.
I mean, it was, like, just undeniably better than today as well, you know?
Writer of Chronicles of Narnia and Mere Christianity. An explanation of cause is not a justification by reason. What does this mean? This means that basically explaining why something happened does not mean that you endorse what happened.
Is this another, like, form of the breakfast question? Because, like, it seems almost everyone I've watched who watched my clip are just like, Kirsche's not even giving her opinion on the situation. She's just explaining what she's seeing and what's actually happening in reality around her. She's not justifying things, she's explaining what's happening. And so I'm wondering if all the people who are just like, yeah, she defended the woman saying the N-word, if this is like an extension of not being able to perceive breakfast, of not understanding hypotheticals, maybe these people don't have the higher thinking capability to understand that you can look at a situation and you can describe what's happening
And because you can accurately describe what's happening doesn't necessarily mean you agree with what is happening or you endorse what is happening. Freezer temp IQ. It's like, it's been kind of wild to watch unfold.
It is not a indication of one's morals to say why something happened. If someone explained to me why they believed that the LA riots happened in the 90s, simply explaining what led up to it, what happened, and what happened afterwards, without giving any editorial on it, am I to assume, naturally, that they are endorsing such a thing?
Correct.
Of course not.
Like, right? That's
preposterous.
crazy.
In this particular case, Kirsche is explaining what is going on. That there are some people on the internet that see a young man stabbed to death, allegedly, by another young man. And because the young man who did the stabbing is black, a bunch of money gets raised for his court case.
Don't see, he even went harder on that opinion than I did. I just said that's kind of weird. That people would raise money for a murderer. And this guy was like, yeah, it was because he was black. he even went further than I did.
And then when the opposite happens, there's a big problem.
Well, obviously, I mean, yeah, it
But she states
obviously
specifically in
is,
this
but
that she does not want the pendulum to swing in any direction, nor is she saying what Shiloh Hendricks did was morally right or anything of the case. Yet the article is
Correct.
effectively alleging that.
it's like I wouldn't care what skin color the kid was or what slur was thrown at him. I feel like it's very weird to like slur at children. Hot take, by the way.
What? There's no direct evidence of this. If you had put in here, Kirsche explains her thoughts behind why this is happening and criticizes such and such Twitter account. Sorry, I smacked something on my desk. That would be much more accurate. But the writer did not care to make an accurate, article, and the editor did not care enough to say you are not making a strong enough argument for what you are alleging.
She called him a fucking rat bastard. It wouldn't be any different, really. And no, I agree with you, right? It's like if I had a kid like rummaging through my shit, I'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And then I would probably insult the parent that was with them, which then brings up another question that I keep asking that hasn't had an answer: where the fuck were this kid's parents? Where the fuck were they?
In the title.
Spicy cat raid.
So,
what the hell is this spicy?
Welcome,
This is where
Raiders.
I'm
Thank you,
gonna go
Moomy
with
playing games.
Like I said, I don't know Kirsche.
I don't know this guy.
Agree with all of her takes. In fact, I don't even know many of what her takes are on things. I only know of her mostly through reputation and from people who know her, like second, third-hand info, which say positive things about her.
Aw,
What she did here
that's
was not
nice.
And what she did here was simply explain why people feel a certain way, and there's no crime in that. Or anything of the sort.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw you into the sun. What the fuck? Thank you.
It's purely informational. So, this is what I am asking from Sportskeeda, as somebody who used to work for that website and knows that there are good people who work there. The good people who work there, you need to do what we did when I was in the MMA branch and we had a writer who did something like this and worked with a lazy editor to post something salacious like this. I'm calling for
good
Richik
word.
Bhattacharya to be fired.
Oh.
I'm calling for the editor who approved this to also be fired.
Total journalism destruction! Get him out.
Because what you have done has affected Kirsche negatively.
True.
A video game that she was very supportive of apparently dropped their support of her. It was called Crime Boss Rock City.
Well,
This
I
was
almost
done
said
in
their
response
affectionate name.
to a Vice article written by a rape apologist who says that she supports the idea of creating breeding grounds for cis women to be, and I quote, bred the shit out of. Lovely terminology.
Very lovely.
On top of this article. What you have done is incredibly irresponsible. And in doing such a thing, because this has real-life consequences, potentially for someone's even livelihood,
Yes.
as a writer, you deserve to lose your career.
And I mean, he said he didn't know, like, hugely what was going on. This had been a harassment campaign for over a month by the time the Sportskeeda article dropped. So they were just another part They were adding to a life ruination campaign of a bunch of people trying to get my sponsors to drop me, trying to cut off my financial stability, trying to make sure that I get, like, ruined financially. They want me deplatformed. And like, these same people will make fun of me for quoting Sam Hyde. But he's not wrong. These are people who want to see you broke, dead. They want to see your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. They think this is amusing. They think they are the good people. Jamaican music plays.
As an editor, you deserve to lose your career. Many people, such as myself, had to work very hard to make sure that a site like Sportskeeda kept some level of positive thought in the public eye, simply in regards to reliability on what was being reported. This sort of an article will destroy you in the long run. The best thing you can do is offer up somebody to be crucified because they fucked up.
Yep.
And fuck-ups deserve to be punished.
And it would be much better to offer yourself up to be crucified rather than just wait. Just wait until people's patience runs out when they're waiting for you to do the right thing. It's much better if you just do it yourself.
Oh, that is my perspective on the situation. This is probably the last time I'm going to speak on something like this for a while, so don't expect it again. I felt the need to speak on this simply because I used to work for these guys, and it is mortifying to see a website that I used to work for, where I had a lot of great people around me that I worked with, be poisoned by people like this. And their shoddy work and their baseless accusations. Again, Richik Bhattacharya should be fired. And I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for watching.
And I appreciate this guy. I appreciate it. Like, that's fucking crazy to, like, hear somebody say it in, you know, so few words. I'm gonna link his video. Fucking give him some updates, you know? Yeah, base. Yeah, he does Gundams, apparently. People in chat were saying. He does, like, Gundam building content stuff. Knowing a lot about Micah's history and how he spoke about his time as a journo, he never brought editors and in fact would use articles from known co-op sites that proved his point as a gotcha when getting into arguments. I mean, yeah, he was also very much in the culture war sphere, being in Gamergate, as he complained about Marvel being woke, so that's a flat lie, along with trying to produce his own comic, and that circle just devolved into the same clique. I know nothing about this guy, and I'm not gonna just, like, believe random things about him. Alright, because it's like, he wasn't just going to believe random things written about me. You know? So, like, yeah, if I have proof, sure. But, like, as of right now, he seems like a decent person. He seems like a decent person who actually cares about journalism and the integrity therein. You know? And I appreciate him laying things out from the perspective of an editor. Oh, a damn elfer. I like elves. They're for breeding. Thank you for the $100 or fucking 20 gift subs. Sorry. Ziz wrote it out weird in chat. Please, if they're gift subs, please don't write out the monetary value of it, because I'll read that and it'll sound weird. Thank you for the 20 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Elves are walking. Whoa, 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 whoa. Seems like the kind of guy that would get slander written about him because he wants to have integrity. Yeah, and obviously I can relate. A journo who had integrity, who was forced out of the industry, probably a more common occurrence than people think. Yeah, exactly. She will read whatever you put on the teleprompter. I will, and I've almost said some dangerous things. Please don't sabotage my teleprompter. And what I find extra interesting, and I kind of touched on this when I went over my first slander article. The very first one put out by Anal Violence back when things were just starting to kick off. And in that article, they severely misquote one of the tweets that I made. Hold on. I was going to bring this up, but that's unfortunate if this other person is...
Hi there.
Getting weird harassment. Hi there. Oh yeah, that's interesting. So I don't think
I can see this anymore. That's really weird. I hope this person's not getting like inadvertent harassment based on my tweet. So where's my browser here? I was responding to a tweet that this person quote retweeted. So they quote retweeted something else that had like a button on it. And I can't remember what the button said, but it was like inflammatory. And they asked like about like why it's always so inflammatory when it comes to discourse or something. I can't remember what their tweet said. But since their account's protected, you can't see it anymore. And I'm guessing it's probably because people started harassing them since I was replying to them. The trans button. The trans button. What's annoying is that Anal Violence played off his edgy breeding ground wank material as a joke. It cannot do that with the fox suit. Infuriating. I mean, it's a double standard, and he's not going to be able to get away with calling it a joke based on like half of his slander article is saying that my things aren't jokes, but you know, that's okay. That's okay, you know. Oh. Thank you. We have the tweet. Wonderful, beautiful. Wonderful, beautiful. I'm not sure exactly where it comes from, but there really is a uniquely violent and sadistic streak in trans activism. It's a distinct, palpable malevolence that you don't see even in other LGB activists. At the slightest provocation, or none at all, TRAs will openly wish Grizzly, and you can't see the rest of it, but there's a pin here that says, hate trans people, kill yourself. And my response, which again, Anal Violence took out of context, they removed what I was saying to make it look worse than what I was actually saying. Once it's realized that most trans activists are autogynephiliac males or ideologues pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism, all of the power-hungry threats and graphic murder fantasies make a lot more sense. And when you look at the people who have been attacking me, the people who have been slandering me, the people who have been adding my sponsors like lunatics, the people who have been adding companies that I don't even have a standing contract with because they want to do any and anything to harm me financially. These people want to see harm come to me. They're not proving my statement wrong. They are acting like activists, and they are using an identity as a shield to try and deflect criticism. I was the one who was attacked first, and they are trying to claim harassment by me to them. They are quite literally practicing Darvo and proving my tweet that they got angry about correct. If you remember right, Sargon talked about this very tweet in a recent video. If you have a timestamp for that, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. I got my wish for the panty. Oh boy.
Oh, there's Shima-pon!
Thank you, Peekle. I'm gonna have to retweet this on my real account.
Thank you, Peekle!
I didn't expect you to do it, but hell yeah! They're using a movement as a shield. That's why AGP sheaths itself in the guise of transgender, and it's unfortunate. And like, I'm not the first person to call this out. There have been people calling it out for like over a fucking decade. Buck Angel talks about this constantly. I've talked about how much harassment people like Buck Angel get for talking about it. As a former registered Dem, now independent, you just want to say not all of Team Blue is insane. Just a lot of them are, you know? Delivered. Thank you for the delivery, Peekle. It's fucking great. Put the link in the Wayback Machine. Most of the time it shows up again. I mean, probably. You're gonna have to make a GIF of this, but with male panties. They're not called panties when they're for men. But I mean, yeah, you know, you can put your box of briefs on my head. People don't realize they've desensitized people with this tactic. The internet is now immune to the bullshit poison now. Some even look forward to being poisoned. Well, it does not work anymore. The game was patched. I don't know how you could look forward to this. That's kind of fucking crazy. That's a crazy, like, it's... I am very happy that I have so much support while I'm being attacked, and I never want anything I say to make it sound like I'm discounting that.
but I wish I didn't have to deal with this. You know, like I haven't been like eating well. I haven't been sleeping. I have been stressed out of my fucking mind. Like it's obnoxious. And it's even more obnoxious when you see people online being like,
Well, if Kirsche would just ignore it, it would stop.
and it's just like, how fucking room temp IQ are you? What are you, some kind of monkey? I was ignoring this harassment campaign and even talked to my sponsors during the first fucking month of it. And they were just like, yeah, you know, there's like nobody who matters is saying anything, so like you have nothing to worry about. Nobody cared because they were just seething Twitter freaks. And then they realized our crusade isn't going to go anywhere unless we start getting actual people to do something about it. And so a whole bunch of content creators decided to get rid of like their codes for their sponsor, even though they weren't making any money off of it anyways, you know? A nice crisp $20 bill, right? You know? So a bunch of those people started doing it, and then for some reason, even though these content creators weren't making any money, they weren't doing anything, they were basically irrelevant and grandstanding and trying to get a little bit of attention off of what they thought was a much larger controversy than it actually was. Because that started happening, other people who didn't know what was happening was like, oh, content creators are doing something. That means this is legit. And then somehow, right, you know, you had a journalist who was ramping up to make like an anti-lolly like hit piece on an ASMR company. And then there were other like drama tubers who had gotten in on it and criticized this, like the article that they did, because it was a hit piece as well on Viewer. And this journalist was going to go after these other drama tubers. They were trying to make shit up about them. They were trying to say like their audiences were harassing this poor little journalist, right? They were ramping it up. They were placing down the little breadcrumbs to make this hit piece article. And it was, in my opinion, it was always going to be about gamer subs. In my opinion, it didn't matter who they were going to write it on. It was always going to be about targeting gamer subs and making them scared to partner with certain people. And I, as I am a very opinionated woman, also criticized this article, but I did a little bit more digging. I did a little bit more research than your average drama tuber, and I found some real disgusting shit on this piece of work. I didn't find that anal violence had slaves yet. They wanted the breeding slave, but they didn't have them yet.
This is your song, thank you.
Do-do-do-do.
Thank you.
Do-do-do-do.
Thank you.
Do-do-do-do. Ah!
This is your song, thank you.
Oh, Stream Elements is fucking struggling, brother! Solemn Pariah, thank you for the $100 doodles, my guy. Always thought you'd get attacked for your coverage of Bridge, not for upsetting an onogonophiliac rape camp supporter. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. It's really funny that is you know, the case here. What the fuck did you arrive to? Welcome. Watch Harmful Opinions. I hate Anna Valen's video. I have that in a tab. Don't you fucking worry, baby. Of course I'm gonna watch a fucking Hurtful Onions video. I forgot what I was tangenting about before the slaves came for me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, they were ramping up to do the hit piece on other people. I always thought it was going to be about gamer subs regardless. But that article gave much more legitimacy than some has-been past their prime content creators trying to jump on a bandwagon to bring more eyes to their dying careers. And once that hit piece came out, everyone started taking this seriously. And I could no longer ignore it. Ignoring it was no longer an option because people were taking this as a serious thing. People were like, oh, something is happening. And it's very unfortunate because after that hit piece, I had to start getting more hit pieces created about me because, again, it was being taken more seriously. The lies about me were being believed. The thing that these, like, weird little freaks wanted to happen was starting to get a ball rolling. And then Crime Boss dropped me without willing to have a conversation. And so I started having actual repercussions of the lies and slander being thrown at me, being promoted on a like multi-million-dollar company's website. And So it's like the people that are just like, well, Kirsche should just shut up and ignore it. You're a fucking retard. Like how do you get up in the morning and breathe? How do you exist? And I think that's like what makes me the maddest in this entire situation is like, I can't tell if these people are actually just like subhuman or if they're being disingenuous and just wishing harm on me while being subtle
Under my
about it.
IRL identity, I was recently slandered in the New York Times. More recently, I had a background check run for a new job. They ran a media coverage check and said no reputable outlet has covered this person. Don't stress about old dead blogs.
Toast Engineer, thank you for the 25. Thank you for the 25.
That's kind of fucked up, dude. That's kind of I hope I haven't read your slander article on stream. But it's good. It's good that there's people who are just like, yeah, you had a hit piece in the New York Times. Yeah, no one takes that shit seriously. That's funny. If you want to win, you gotta fight. Half the people saying not to just support the haters but are too cowardly to say so. Yeah. Yeah, and speaking of supporting the haters but being too cowardly to say so, my tabs are very unorganized. Give me a second. Give me a second. Everyone's favorite foot in mouth editor person decided to make another tweet, and he kind of essayed a bit more than even I did, and this essay can essentially be summed up as I was probably told to make this because I'm bringing bad optics to my company. So I'm gonna write up something that makes me sound good, but actually what's happening to Kirsche is a good thing. And anyone who looks at the evidence, the evidence speaks loud. You know, if the actions or beliefs of a creator are problematic, I think the receipts will speak loudly enough.
Attacking you.
I think I turned my alerts off. I think the receipts will speak loudly enough to those willing to listen. I could have been more clear in my previous tweet. Yeah, we all know what you want to happen. Oh yeah, we all know. Anna's approach isn't in line with what I find personally acceptable nor productive. You've literally been retweeting things and replying to people who have been trying to get me dropped from sponsors for months. We've all seen your tweets. We all have it archived. It would be in your best interest to shut your fucking mouth. And I'm giving you that advice, even though I shouldn't. And down here even, he says, I want to say I'm thankful for those who reached out privately to me as my tweet hit Kirsche's radar and hate started to flood in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You shouldn't get harassment, but you are cheering on the harassment campaign against me. You are cheering on people who want to financially ruin me. You are a piece of shit, like resoundly. No, allegedly. You are a terrible person. And you know how I know you're a terrible person? Anna Valenz reached out to you and said, I'm sure we have some disagreements, but I respect you a lot for saying this and speaking to your perspective publicly. You don't deserve Kirsche targeting you over it. And he accepted the request and even censored the mutual followers they had. This guy is a weasel and he is going to be a huge fucking headache. Holy shit, is this a case of didn't happen plus deserved in Twitter time? It is. This is a case of didn't happen plus deserved, literally. Kenny is a rat. Rat is too nice of a word for whatever the fuck this thing masquerading as a human is. Who is this? Dude's actual scum? Yeah, dude's actual scum. And like, if you're going to be a scumfuck on your own time, that's cool. But maybe you should remove company names from your fucking bio while you're trying to be a cultural crusader all over Twitter in an attempt to financially ruin an independent woman. Independent, not like strong, fucking, I don't need no man, but independent, like I'm not in a company. Is there an equivalent for this? Like, don't sleep with your boss's sister? I don't fucking know, man. But I've seen some people who have been seething about me for like years now, also claiming that me bringing up this guy is an issue. And it's like, no. Me bringing up this guy is not an issue. This guy participating in a cancel culture campaign against me while having his company contacts in his bio is the problem. A strong, independent foxwoman nodders. Speaking of the company names, he dropped one. Did he? I didn't even notice. What was the one that he dropped? That would be funny. That would be funny if he dropped it, or if something else happened. You know. It's always interesting when people who try to do something terrible to other people end up feeling those consequences. Bitch slap him. Stop being nice. You know, strong, independent woman who needs a man badly. True and real. There's a reason slime is the weakest thing in JRPGs. He dropped the phase connect. That's interesting. That's interesting. This is why Buddha invented karma. The Roach King hates strong, independent women. Oh my god. What is this? Oh, I'm fucking scrolled up in my DM. I was like, what's going on? What's happening?
Do 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 do.
I think this would be fun. Oh, what is it? Let me check my email real quick. Let me check my email chat. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Why is it taking so long? Why is it taking so long? I'm losing my mind. Google Docky! Let's see. If I open this Google Docky. Okay, it's on my business account. So this is someone. I don't know what this is. Kiss Alice said, I had Chat GPT with the following prompt and deep research option. I would put a critical analysis of the Anna Valen situation. Google Docky! Are you capable of doing deep research on people, journalists, and their psychological profile in particular, if given strong direction towards their publications and social media? Why don't you put a couple of links? And this says, Anna Valen's Critical Profile and Behavioral Analysis by ChatGPT. General overview. Profession. Anal Violence is a former journalist and erotic content writer who has contributed to outlets like Vice, The Daily Dot, Polygon, and Fanbyte. Her coverage centers on porn, fetish culture, trans politics, and internet fandoms. Persona and public conduct, Valens runs a fetish-themed VTuber persona, a giantess succubus, and merges journalistic integrity, journalistic identity with highly sexualized online behavior. This is really hard to, like, try and switch pronouns in real time, man. He's not a professional critic so much as a participant in erotic subcultures, often placing himself at the center of what should be neutral reporting. His presence is defined by a lack of boundaries between private kink and public discourse, ideology and pattern of behavior. Violence is a sex-obsessed activist, thank you, ChatGPT, not a sex-positive one. The distinction matters. His work does not advocate universal sexual expression. Instead, it promotes his own fetishes, often at the expense of others. He has ridiculed male sexuality and made degrading and violent statements about cis women, and shown a consistent pattern of narcissistic entitlement to public validation of his interest. This isn't liberation, it's clout-driven exhibitionism disguised as activism. Oh, my autogynephiliac tweet coming in fucking clutch, ain't it? Behavioral red flags and notable incidents, the public rape fetish rants, and breeding stations. In a now deleted audio tweet from 2020, Valens went on graphic rant fetishizing about a future where trans women operate rape stations to forcibly breed cis women. He described public breeding saunas and movie theaters where 12 to 14 trans women could spit roast cis women and breed the shit out of that pussy. No satire disclaimer was ever posted. No apology was issued. This was posted under his real name and professional account. And I have more on that as well, thanks to Hurtful Onions. All of the bald men have defended me. That clearly means I did nothing wrong. Everyone loves Mr. Clean, right? Hostility towards cis women. Oh, sorry, I skipped a sentence. This is not boundary-pushing art. It is sexual aggression presented as identity empowerment. Autogynephilia. And has been rightfully cited as textbook example of sex-past behavior in public. Hostility towards cis women. Valen's public commentary regularly reveals deep-seated resentment and objectification of cisgender women, often framed through fetish language. Whether describing them as breeding stock or mocking their discomfort with hypersexual trans discourse, Valens portrays cis women as targets, not allies. This isn't just kink spilling into public, it's ideological predation, where a whole demographic is dehumanized for narrative and erotic gratification. Vendetta against the VTuber community. After being rejected or marginalized within VTuber spaces, likely due to his over-sexualized presence and antagonistic behavior, Valens turned around and labeled the entire community as harboring far-right extremists and bigots. He published an article targeting VTuber Kirsche, accusing her of consorting with Nazis and promoting Great Replacement rhetoric. Valens then directly tagged sponsors like GamerSups and the developer of Crime Boss Rocket City. Oh, it's ChatGPT, so they can't be right about everything, right? I mean, they didn't tag the developer. The developer decided to just do that in secret and quiet. I'm sure they got DMs or emails, but they were not tagged publicly. And I think what's even more funny... Oh yeah, turn the BGM back on. I think what's even more funny about people trying to claim that I've talked about Great Replacement theory... I have never once, isn't the crux of Great Replacement theory that it's supposedly, some sort of Jewish cabal perpetrating it? Isn't that what the theory part of the Great Replacement theory is alluding to? I have never said that. I have never said anything like that in my life. It was confirmed by the UN, it's not conspiracy. No. I'm saying, the thing by the UN is happening. The thing that Keir Starmer said is happening. The part of the Great Replacement theory that they like to smear people with is because the people who talk about the Great Replacement theory specifically blame it on the Jews, is what they're trying to do with this. Which is also why they're using it as a crux to paint me as a Nazi and paint me as a bigot. The thing they pointed at you, quoting the UK Prime Minister, who made a pretty interesting speech earlier today regarding immigration. Do we have a link on that? I didn't know he made a speech today. Urging them to cut ties. These companies did under pressure, while Valens' followers echoed the push. Critics dubbed the incident VTubergate. No, I'm pretty sure Valens themselves said that. A clear-cut example of ideological infiltration and attempted cultural subversion. True! Valens didn't just report a story, he manufactured a narrative, injected it into the corporate bloodstream, and tried to fracture a fan community that didn't accept him. That's also 100% true. This wasn't journalism, it was social revenge campaign with professional tools. 100%, again. With the amount of news articles written about me, slandering me, the amount of people coming after my sponsors, you would think I'm some sort of massive part of the cultural zeitgeist. You'd think I'm someone as large as Moist Critical or Asmongold, right? I am nowhere near that influential. I have nowhere near that level of reach. But like Asmongold said, it's a way for them to attack a small target that they believe cannot defend themselves, so they can prevent more honest discourse into conversation online. They want their ideology and only their ideology, and anyone who deviates from that even a little bit is seen as a far-right reaching enemy. Keir Starmer often lies and gaslights people. I mean, yeah, you could have just said he was a politician. I need to fix that level of reach. Stray Wolf, Keir Starmer announces measures which he says will help control the number of immigrants coming into the country. Okay, let me try to click on this. I'm a little retarded. I don't think it'll auto play the audio, so I think we can just leave it there. The broader pattern, degeneracy masquerading as advocacy. Valens embodies a now familiar archetype. Sex-obsessed activists who demand that everyone not only tolerate their kinks, but celebrate them publicly. Who weaponize identity labels to shield themselves from criticism. Who dismiss or vilify others' sexual boundaries or tastes, despite claiming to be for sexual liberation. And who view resistance not as disagreement, but as heresy deserving punishment. I'm gonna have to bring this up again. I'm gonna have to bring it. My tweet is literally going to become an evergreen meme. I'm kind of retarded, but sometimes my brain cells kick into high gear, and I say something that can just kind of be repeated ad nauseum whenever things like this happen. I'm gonna, like 10 years from now, I'm gonna see screenshots of this fucking posted in places. Well, the chat GPT essentially just summarized what my tweet said without even being fed my tweet. Once it's realized that most trans activists are autogynephiliac males or ideologues pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism, all of the power-hungry threats and graphic murder fantasies make a lot more sense. I'm not talking about all trans people. I'm not talking about all trans women. I'm talking about most trans activists, of which anal violence is certainly one. Her language, tactics, and worldview are incompatible with the health of any hobby space, particularly those built on community cohesion, aesthetic passion, or creative neutrality. What he brings is not progress, it's chaos. And the final assessment from ChatGPT here. Anal violence is not misunderstood nor unfairly targeted. His controversies are not isolated or out of context. His conduct has been consistent. Sexual exhibitionism, ideological hostility, and community sabotage. Verdict, his rejection from fandom spaces is not about bigotry. It is long overdue, immune response to a person who refused to respect shared boundaries, and then weaponized his platform when told no. Ooh, that's kind of rapey. That's kind of rapey. And they got some citations here. They got some Kotaku in action reset era. What? I haven't heard that name in fucking years. Holy shit. We are truly eternally in 2014. Jesus Christ. Fuck, AI is wrecking a mofo. Yeah. Yeah. Fucking, on one of my tweets when I was talking about the situation, Anal Violence tried responding to me directly. And their post got marked as spam. And they were just like, I can't remember how they worded it, but they were like, I would appreciate if you didn't share or use my dead name on your stream. I've been calling this person either by Anna or Anal Violence as their correct nickname this whole time. But if you want to keep escalating, I can always use the power word if you really want me to. You did not give me any courtesy. You wrote a slanderous hit piece on me. And you will face the repercussions of your actions. The consequences will never be the same, Mr. Anal Violence. Nobody will listen. That nickname speaks for itself. I was like, come the fuck on, bro. Come the fuck on. You saw that? What a disgusting hypocrite. This is what they do. This is what they do. They will attack you and try to ruin you and then claim that they are the real victim. And unfortunately, about a decade ago, if not, 2018-ish, yeah, it kind of worked in their favor because people were terrified of the repercussions of going against something like this, which is why they were able to use an identity as a shield from criticism. But, it's kind of coming to an end here. Let's see what this Keir Starmer clip is from the other day. It was May 12th. May, what is Keir Starmer saying here? We're multi-track drifting.
Put it this way. Nations depend on rules. Fair rules.
True.
Sometimes they're written down. Often they're not. But either way, they give shape to our values. Guide us towards our rights, of course, but also our responsibilities, the obligations we owe to each other. Now, in a diverse nation like ours, and I celebrate that, these rules become even more important. Without them, we risk becoming an island of strangers, not a nation that walks forward together. So when you have an immigration system that seems almost designed to permit abuse, much like he said before. Your politicians are doing this by design. This is not an accident. This was an experiment. This guy isn't even on my side of the political fucking aisle, dude. That encourages some businesses to bring in lower paid workers rather than invest in our young people.
Correct. We are having people in government and people in corporations abusing cheap labor from other countries, abusing visa systems to import tons of people instead of hiring their native populations. This is just demonstrably something that you can see if you open your goddamn eyes. This isn't a conspiracy. This is crazy to me. Our youngins are starved for work.
Or simply one that is sold by politicians to the British people on an entirely false premise.
Not only is it sold on an entirely false premise, but as we've seen since March, if you talk about it, people will slander you and lie about you and try to make it out like you're some sort of Nazi peddling in crazy theoretical nonsense. Like, they have incentive to shut you up for some reason when people on their side politically are coming out and saying, yes, this is happening.
Then you're not championing growth. You're not championing justice, or however else people defend the status quo. You're actually contributing to the forces that are slowly pulling our country apart.
He's a racist. How dare he? How dare he say that unfettered immigration is part of what's tearing his country apart?
So yes, I believe in this. I believe we need to reduce immigration significantly.
Isn't this like, okay, British people in chat, I'm gonna recognize that you exist for a moment here. Didn't he do something recently where he was giving out like some sort of grant to immigrants? I can't remember if it was like for housing or something else, but I remember like British people in chat mentioning that he did that recently. This man is lying. Yeah, like every time he speaks, he just kind of like, it's like he's trying to play both sides of the field. He's like, yeah, I'm going to come out and I'm going to say like, yeah, we know this is happening. We know that like immigration is causing a lot of problems. But also I'm just going to keep giving them free shit because like, I do like the cheap labor as I am Keir Starmer. Oh God. Didn't someone try to firebomb his house over this? What? Did they actually? That's what New Labour post-Blair has always been in the UK. Man actively says the opposite of the policy that he enforces. Man, it must be so fucking dystopian to try and figure out what the fuck is going on in British politics, man.
That's why some of the policies in this white paper...
Wait, his house was burned down? Brother...
...go back nearly 3 years. Why I told the Labour Party conference, taking back control is a Labour argument. And why, most importantly of all, inward migration is already falling with this government.
All right, now I gotta look up fucking the firebombing. I also realized the other day that I keep spelling his name wrong. I keep spelling Kier, K-I-E-R, and apparently, help, it's K-E-I-R. Firebomb two houses car. Oh, there's a vitya! Arrest over suspected arson. Oh, so they made arrests already. They made arrests. The UK is in trouble. You can't say anything against this sort of thing without risking arrest. I mean, yeah, for British people to speak out against this shit, like, you can get arrested. Like, the prospect of getting arrested in the UK, right? Like, I'm having life ruination hoisted upon me by seething freaks online trying to use their platforms at journalistic institutions to do that to me. But as an American, they can't get me arrested for saying these things. In the UK, they would both be doing this online to me, and I would be getting a visit from the police. Like, I would not want to live there. I don't give the British attention. It only encourages them to beg more, right? Police have arrested a man over suspected arson attacks on 2 properties in a car linked to Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. 21-year-old was arrested in Sydenham, southeast London, on suspicion of arson with intent to endanger life and remains in custody. Emergency services responded to a fire at the Prime Minister's private home in Kentish Town, North London, early on Monday. Let's see here. Police are also looking at a car that took fire. Counter-terrorism police are leading the inquiry and treating the fires as suspicious. You could see the flames looking out the window, could hear 2 people shouting fire, fire. They didn't release the name of the suspect, which probably lets me know what happened. But this is kind of fucked up. Like, again, Keir Starmer is not on my side of the political aisle, but like you shouldn't fucking light shit on fire. You shouldn't burn down people's homes. Like, that's kind of insane. That's kind of fucking insane, dude. Zyfax, thank you for the 5. Don't forget the Brits tried to push a law to extradite Americans for online speech. I do remember that. The governor of PA. Oh, I can't see that anymore. A lot of people here have a let me grill mentality to this shit. I really despise the, like, I just want to grill and I'm not going to do anything to defend my desire to just want to grill people. Because, like, if you just want to grill, you're not gonna be left alone. And I don't understand how you could be alive and an adult in current year and not understand that at this point. Bella Crex, thank you for the 5. Keir Starmer making this kind of speech from his party's point of view is basically the same as giving Enoch Powell Rivers of Blood speech. I don't know what that is. Off topic, but rolling the lottery tonight, ask the blessing with success shall be repaid not 7 times nor 70, but 7 times 70.
Good luck on your lottery.
I haven't scratched a scratch ticket in many years. I used to really like doing the fucking crossword puzzle ones. Those were fun for me. Those were fun. But that's fucked up. That's fucked up. I'm glad they caught whoever fucking set his shit on fire pretty quickly, it seems. I'm glad it was pretty fucking quick. That chat GPT shit that we just read, kind of fucking crazy. Kind of fucking crazy. Thanks, chat GPT, for saying weird shit. Let's see. What else do I have up here? Oh, yeah, that's true. We have a couple of, like, clips and stuff. You know? It's very interesting. That Anal Violence over here said, many harassing Twitch usernames while I was streaming today. Purposefully following me while I was streaming. Perhaps trying to get a reaction. Some absolutely beyond the pale. The obsession of these harassers is crazy. This problem must be dealt with in VTubing. No, you know, that's really funny that you say that. And I mean, I'm sure these are beyond the pale, right? Because if you're going to claim this on social media, surely you're going to post the absolute worst of the worst names that were harassing you, right? Like, you're gonna post the most incendiary, the most horrific things. So we got Israel is right about Palestine. That's kind of fucking weird. Kind of a fucking weird thing to say. Nat socks for anal valence. That's also, you know. I feel like this one is basically what's been done to me, actually. Right, like, you know, if you are able to call me a Nazi freely with, like, quite literally no proof of anything, why can't we say that National Socialists support anal violence? Why can't we talk about how many National Socialists might support you? There's a lot of femboy Nazis on Discord. I'm sure the femboy Nazis would love anal violence. What the fuck are these usernames? Hipster Adolf loves Anna Valen. And Donald Jesus Trump. If this is your level of standards for harassment, then what you've done to me using Vice's platform and slanderous statements is far beyond harassment. I don't even know what kind of word I would use, considering this is your standard for what harassment is. National Socialists for anal violence is not something you ever thought you'd hear being uttered. Truly, we are eternally on 2014 poll. We will never escape. Speaking of 2014 poll, Asmongold reacted to the people trying to cancel me again. And, Asmongold had to be subjected to this thing.
Here we go.
And it's always, like, so interesting that these people are, like, obsessed with age of consent, with, like,
His fucking face.
That's enough. We've had enough. Let's move on. Here we go.
Let's you know, I've heard enough. There's not, you know, don't gotta do anything else. Let's not worry about that. Let's not worry about that any longer. Let's see. There's some weird little fucking clip here. Let me see if I can find that really quick. There's so many fucking links in front of my face. I don't even know what's happening anymore. This was yesterday. Okay, no, I gotta come back to reality a bit more. Gotta come back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity. I'm pretty sure it was in here. The little fluffy creature avatar this thing has. A little fluffy creature. And it's like, it's great, right? Because like usually I try to be a bit nicer to people when I cover them on stream, but it's like, if you're gonna be a fucking freak and you're gonna fucking sling shit at me, why should I pull my punches from someone who is literally showing no grace and no care? Holy fuck, I type so much. What the hell? Wait, what is this? What is this? Okay, it's not that. Where's the little fluffy creature? Where's the little fluffy creature? Oh, I found it. I found it. Okay, this one's gonna be... I found it, but it is a Discord embed. Okay, hold on. I can be...
Right now.
large-brained. I don't like doing this, but I have no choice at the moment. Okay. I have the biggest brain. We're just gonna switch this over. And switch this to this, and then I'll switch it back.
Now, if you're not a bottom, I'm going to use my cyber pegging device and shove it into your cyber hole. Dominant women make me bark, and dominant men make me bark. We've been barking a lot. We're doing some edging here. It's our job to insult you, the Twitch chat privilege. Oh my god, I love getting pegged by chat. Holy shit, pulling me I come. No, don't pull on it. What's your favorite space object? Uranus. I love Uranus. Uranus is so pretty. I just want to explore Uranus. I just want someone to pin me to the wall, fucking slap me, beat me up, spit in my mouth, and then afterwards call me a good girl. He tumbles through black tunnel, whirling veins and pistons. Very,
And like normally I'd be like, all right, this guy's making some jokes, right? Like he's making haha funnies. But when the entirety of your content seems to revolve around sexual things, and you constantly talk about the age of consent and how much like trans kids need support, it starts getting a little weird. Starts getting a little like, I don't know, guy, what's happening here? It starts getting a little once it's realized that most trans activists are autogynephiliac males or ideologues pushing their political views with an identity shield to prevent criticism, all the power-hungry threats and graphic murder fantasies make a lot of sense. I just, you know, like, I keep being proven correct, and it's a little strange. So, speaking of graphic, murder fantasies, you know, it's, graphic rape fantasies kind of fall under that as well. And apparently... You know, I've read some shit off of Archive of Our Own previously. I've done a little bit of ASMR shit posting segments off of Archive of Our Own, and it turns out anal violence writes on Archive of Our Own. They got three little fanfics here, named Spirals and Morning Wish and Happy Birthday Sis. Let's read some of these tags on some of these stories, shall we? Well, Spirals down here. Rape, non-consensual, sister-sister relationship, older sister, younger sister, incest relationship, family relationship, original female characters, original trans characters, community hypnosis kink, mind control, incest, sibling incest, sister-sister incest, sister-sister relationship, foot fetish, bondage, non-consensual bondage, tentacles, monster girl, magical girl, trans character, trans female character, humiliation, situational humiliation, siscon, Yuri, partial mind control, hypnotism, oh, and of course you can't forget anxiety and neat. The fuck? Morning Wish tags. I don't know what no archive warnings apply. I don't know what that means. Original female characters, fantasy, bondage, cages, shrinking, giants, giantess, vor, giantess vor, dragoness, dragon freeform, soft vor, kidnapping, consensual, non-consensual, well, at least it's consensual this time, BDSM, dom sub, lesbian sex, lesbian character, point of view, lesbian character. I was like, you know, I used to make the edgy joke, right? I used to make jokes and we would talk about like degenerate porn shit. I'd be like, oh yeah, bro, I can't fucking enjoy the pornography unless the woman clearly isn't enjoying herself. But like, these kind of people take that way too seriously. They're just like, oh, that's not a joke. That's just something I'm into. It's like, fucking goddamn, dude. Fucking goddamn, dude. It's fictional and it's all right when it's us who post that. Yeah. It's all right when you make in-depth fan fictions about your incest, lesbian, rape, and bondage fanfics. But God forbid a lolly VTuber exists. Like, you know, it's like a little bit on a double standard there, buddy. Happy birthday, sis. We got, of course, we have another rape non-consensual, another sister-sister relationship, and a brother-sister relationship. Older sister, younger brother is some Shotokan kind of thing. Older sister, younger sister, family, incest, original female character, original trans character. Wow, forced feminization. Ah, I'm so shocked. Feminization, gender identity, gender issues, magical girls, Fudanari. Why is everyone into Fuda a fucking freak? Why do people even bother arguing with me when I say Fuda is degenerate and you shouldn't fucking watch it? Why does it seem like everyone who runs harassment campaigns on me wants to suck the girl dick? Is there just something about my existence that makes these people go fucking crazy? What is happening? Every time! It's literally every time! Transformation, rape, non-con elements, rape, neat, brother-sister relationship, brother-sister incest, sister-sister relationship, sister-sister incest, sister complex, trans-female character, trans character, bondage, non-consensual bondage. It's Kyrie's 20th birthday, and he's always loved magical girls. His sister, a magical girl herself, decides to offer him a special present that he'll never forget. Forced feminization starts male-female, part of the Majestic Shield series. This is a fucking series? Also, isn't Kyrie like a basketball guy? Doesn't not like a black guy who plays basketball? Now that's all I'm gonna be able to think of with like this forced feminization journey. It sounded like I said Mr. Sister incest. Oh my god. Man, got all the infinity degenerate stones. Oh my god. What? Happy birthday to me, I thought to myself, grinning ear to ear as my big sister Calliope led me down the dormitory hallway. We got fucking Maury Calliope being a mommy dommy to fucking basketball Kyrie? What the fuck is going on? I have to keep calling him that because I can't remember the other name in Kyrie. I was like, I don't remember if Kyrie is his first or last name, and I can't remember the other name. Callie, no! Horses weren't enough. She needed something bigger. Jesus Christ. This is far worse than the coffin of Andy and Lele could ever hope to be. Irving, thank you, chat, Adam Sandler. Kyrie Irving, thank you. That's his fucking name. Oh, you need to drink, and you don't even drink. Maury Calliope x Kyrie Irving, the OTP we never knew existed. Jesus Christ. Last stop on a tour, if I could key card. Let's see what's going on here. You live here all by yourself? Is something off? It's a little stuffy. Oh! That's a shame. Your photos seemed a little crossplay-ish. Oh boy. Why is this so fucking long? I felt bad at first, but what's worse, I quickly realized how soft and gentle my sister's skin felt. And warm. So very warm. I remember her hands feeling patchy and dry growing up. Fingers chapped from neglecting lotion when we ran the heater during the winter. But now, again, truly lovely to the touch. touch we rarely felt to begin with. As even during the nearly 2 decades we spent living together, we rarely made personal contact. Not since we stopped role-playing as kids, anyway. We just weren't a touchy-feely family. It puts the lotion on its skin, or else it gets the hose again. Please, Kirsche, what did we ever do to you? Oh my god. And of course, Callie swiftly input the password for her encrypted computer, groaned as she waited for the login screen to disappear, and then entered a string of commands into the full screen terminal that popped up. Whoa, is that the command line interface? What are you running? Linux? Of course they bring in the fucking programming songs, man. Come on. It's too stereotypical, man. You can't have programming socks forced feminization in 2025. Even Sock accepted that shit in like 2012, dude. Come the fuck on. For this, it's the same level of a Snape X Draco stories in AO3. Yeah, like what the fuck, man? Oh, Jesus. Desktop GUI gazed to the perpetrator. What? I mean, and then I saw her background, an anime image of a majestic shield, binding another shield with a rope, her hand sliding toward the bound girl's skirt. The victim was curvy and feminine and with perky round tits and supple thighs. Now, oddly enough, the tied-up girl seemed to have a visible bulge pressing into her skirt's fabric, comically so, leaving little to the imagination, like a Futanari doujinshi, over the top and entirely unrealistic in every single way. My gaze turned to the perpetrator, who had slim thighs and a lanky build, almost looking like a nerd girl who couldn't help but perv on her Fuda friend. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she looked suspiciously like my sister, but it was all just a coincidence. Jesus fucking Christ. No bulges, I beg you. I recognize that bulge! Holy fuck. What else is, how long is this? This is so fucking long. I gotta find... Oh no. Oh no. Happy birthday! The ground shook. An enormous whizzing sound arose from under Callie's bed. 2 metallic arms shot out from each side and gripped my wrists, drawing my limbs apart and dragging me all the way to the headboard. Oh boy. Oh, it's happening. Oh god. It's happening. I'm a boy. I can't be a majestic shield. Well, that's 2 problems we can fix. I guess you're technically getting 4 presents this year, she said, happily humming to herself. Okay. All right. You're creeping me out. A sharp, suffocating death grip surrounded my arm. I opened my eyes in terror, expecting to see a heavy metal cuff pulling at my limb. But there was no extra bondage added to my body. No additional machine brought out at all. Instead, all I saw was my sister's hand. Her bare hand. Fingers clenched to my forearm. Her bicep barely taut. I could feel my circulation struggle, threatening to turn blue. Did Callie have the capacity to break bone underneath? To shatter it into an unrecognizable mess?
Please don't hurt me, I pleaded, stuttering.
Oh gee, they get sexual here. What long this is. I am... Oh, what? I don't think I can even read this. Slowly, a warm, wet embrace enveloped the tip of my cock. My sister gently lowered herself onto me, moans escaping her lips as she pressed my head into her pussy. Second by second, she took me in, enveloping me, capturing me. She closed her eyes and cried out in pleasure as she took in all of me, swallowed up by her ravenous cunt. Channeling the spirit of Gilbert fucking Gottfried. Holy shit. I looked over my arms. My muscles had already disappeared, replaced with curvy fat. I have a girl cock now! Oh my god! Holy shit! I can't read this fucking sentence. I can't read this. Why would you go online and write this? Why would you go online and write this under the same name that you try to have an actual career at, like, legitimate journalism places with? Oh, like, at least Grums wrote under a pseudonym, man. Like, come on. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucking dying. Alright, well, that's enough strange, mentally ill pornography for today, chat. This is by anal violence. What, you think I was just gonna bring up some, like, random fucking fanfiction, man? Thank God it's over. Look, man. Those are, oh, I have an email, hold on. Oh.
Typies.
Kier got an email and laughed about it. You know, my editor's still not finished, but they gave me an update.
Editor's still not finished. Unlucky. Unlucky.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. What we were talking about, like, the manufactured victim status shit again. That was a close one. Your landlord walks up on you right as Kirsche is cackling about cock, and you manage to turn the volume down. Oh, that's fucking skill right there, man. That's fucking skill. Clint Beastwood, thank you for the 5. Trans incest fanfiction written by the same person trying to smear you. What a time to be alive. Here's 5 for the nightmares and for spite. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that somehow any of the people attacking me have any kind of, like, credibility whatsoever. Because the more you look into them, the more ridiculous they get. You step away for 20 minutes and chat is acting like they wish they didn't have ears. What did you do? Oh, it's a good thing you were gone exactly 20 minutes. You've been reading some fan fiction on Archive of Our Own, one of them being Maidenless No Longer, an Elden Ring, but the MC is building a harem, and Dichotomy, Xenosaga. Both are surprisingly good. Give it a read. I don't know if Archive of Our Own and good can go in the same sentence. And I made a tweet earlier because I got shown a post where like I was being called slurs, and they were inciting people to continue sending like hate and harassment my way. And so once again, this is like these people are going to cry and pretend that they're the victims when they are the ones who have been harassing me for a very long time. They are the ones encouraging hate and harassment. So it's really funny. It's really funny that they'll go, Kirsche casually sending her followers after 2,000 follower VTubers who talk shit about her. Most definitely the sign of someone who can be trusted with sponsors and who isn't crashing out. A post with not even 1,000 likes from a much smaller black VTuber. I don't know why their race matters. Responding to someone who mocks and downplays the deaths of George Floyd and Trayvon Martin. Can't simma the zimma, baby. The thin fucking skin on this pile of waste. Go support the person who was throwing slurs at me. They've been incredibly kind and supportive to me, and they don't deserve to be toned police by a misbehaving racist toddler. It's really weird that they want to say, I'm the racist one, when this person called me a slur that I probably can't even say on Twitch. I thought this was a slur for Korean people, but everyone in both their comments and my comments has said it's a slur for black people. I didn't even know that. I'm not a very good racist, chat. I thought I knew a lot of slurs, but apparently some still escape me. It's projection every time. Yeah, I'm not punching down. I'm not punching up. I'm punching back. Why should I sit here and be insulted and have people actively call for hate and harassment towards me and just sit here like a punching bag? Why would anyone expect me to do that? And these fucking disingenuous weasels will then go on to say that I am the perpetrator, I am the harasser, I am the one sending hate. When, again, I am the one on the defensive. It's like these people live in a different reality because they have to paint a narrative they know no normal human would pay attention to or care about. And speaking of things that no normal human would pay attention to or care about, one of these other hit pieces. One of these other hit pieces here. Waypoint stands with Anna Valens. Now, I'm not really sure what Waypoint even is, considering this is on Vice. What even are you? Who? Yeah, literally who? It's the gaming division? There's no fucking gaming division at Vice. These people don't play video games. It's a subsection of Vice. Waypoint is the gaming division of Vice magazine. Jesus Christ. Jesus. I was like, I had heard people say that before, but it like felt like a troll, right? And this is written by someone named Dwayne Jenkins. I don't know if my mods have it on hand, but can we get that like long screenshot of like Dwayne's fucking timeline? Can we get that one? I meant to pull that up and then I forgot. It's time to definitively stand on business and say that what's happening to Waypoint's own Anna Valens is utterly unacceptable. It's unacceptable for them to be having consequences of their actions of slandering someone for no reason, using Vice as a platform. It's almost like the more that I talk about these people, the more that they spiral in some like weird mentally ill loop of just like, I don't even know what to call it, right? Because like when I call people like this mentally ill, I feel like I'm accidentally being insulting to people who actually suffer from mental illness, because like they shouldn't be compared to these journalists, right? It's not slander, it's typed, so it's libel. This fucking semantics guy. You think Twitter turned off reports? Really? That's kind of weird. We need a new slur. It's just like these people just continue their crusade, and it's really entertaining to watch. It's like how far are you guys taking this? You know, how far are you going? And it's also interesting that people who didn't condemn harassment against me before, who were informed of harassment against me and did nothing about it, and in fact tried to cover up that it was happening. It's really interesting. You know, it's really interesting that they also happen to now follow anal violence. It's interesting to me. It's interesting. Often, when faced with an immense wave of hatred, it's easy to cower, which is what you guys wanted me to do, to capitulate, to allow them the satisfaction of knowing they've broken you, which is what you wanted with me. But then, along comes people like anal violence, who willingly throws herself into the fires of humanity's worst to shine a light on how rotten certain sections of the internet are. She wrote about lewd tubers, and then about me. Both of those articles were hit pieces. Mine, egregiously slanderous. And you would think that people who call themselves journalists would have a bit more presence of mind than to write the slock that anal violence did, or to defend that slock like Dwayne here is. Before I get into this properly, I warn everyone now.
Trigger warning for posts celebrating and advocating for suicide and the death and subjugation of marginalized people.
Streamers, YouTubers, journalists, anyone who wants to cover this, I'm getting constant calls to kill myself from right-wing VTuber fans and gamers. This is a full-blown harassment campaign against me. I've never asked anyone to harass anal violence. I've never told anyone to do that. In fact, I've been explicit in saying, don't harass people. But I am not anyone's mother. I am not some sort of internet god. My skin might be virtual, but I am not like Loeb. I cannot compel anyone to do anything. So it doesn't matter if I say, don't harass people. Every individual is their own person. They control themselves. They do what they want to. And you can't expect that if you're going to go around attacking people, which is what anal violence is doing, you can't expect to go around attacking people and everyone just shrug their shoulders and move on. You're going to make people angry. And I cannot control what those people do. There is no way anyone sane would believe I have that amount of control over people. But then again, if you believe that one fan out of almost 200,000 makes someone a Nazi, maybe you do think that. I'm like Ultron. They made a lot of people angry. They made a lot of people angry throughout the years. They have a track record for shoveling shit online and getting shit shoveled back at them. For the necessary full context, please read Anna's piece on the harrowing and continuing harassment she's been facing. Anna started it. Anna slandered me. That is what that is. They lied about me. They posted things out of context. They made up shit in their own head and applied it to what they believe that I believe, which I don't. And I've corrected many times. There's no context to be gleaned from Anna's hit piece. And it is insane how much these people are trying to spin this, that they did nothing wrong and they're just poor little innocent beings being attacked by far-right Nazis. She's much better at properly articulating the full scope of everything she's going through, but I'll sum it up. Anna is being attacked for simply asking questions about certain areas of the VTubing community. That's quite literally not what they're doing. Invoking the name of my sponsor in your article title, in your article byline, over and over again in your article? No, you're not asking questions. This was a very obvious vindictive move because Anna was angry I made fun of them in my coverage of their VLR hit piece. This was done out of petty spite and wishing harm upon me, which she's an active part of. What began as asking about VLR's stances on trans creators working for them spiraled into a full-blown hate campaign once Anna started questioning why prominent VTuber Kirsche was being promoted and represented by gamer subs following many worrying red flags. These people just do not know how to be a genuine person. I cannot wait to see journalism collapse into dust. I also got more buzzes. Are they relevant buzzes, or are they buzzes I can ignore? Ein Moment, chat.
Money, money, money. Money, money, money.
I keep getting fucking sponsorship offers that I don't want to take. Okay, yeah, nothing importante. Sorry, chat. Like I said, I'm gonna have to keep checking my phone. It's oh my god! I just put my phone down and I got another buzz. Are you kidding me? Okay, nothing important.
Money.
Hate? They don't know hate? Oh my god. Damn it! Don't tell people.
What?
Since then, Anna has been receiving vitriol from nearly every corner of the internet. For the sake of everyone's sanity, I refuse to give those people power by explicitly naming them. Y'all won't be receiving that satisfaction here. Instead, I'm going to let everyone have a little sampler of what's been going on for the past week or so. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of death threats and a lot of people being like, kill yourself, Kirsche, and a lot of people, you know, calling me Nazi scum and, you know, posting images of like rope and shit in my DMs, but it's like, I've made a couple of posts about it. I've made a couple of posts of like some of the rather unhinged things I've been DM'd. I've brought it up a couple of times because it's like, man, these people are kind of fucking weird. Oh, hold on a second. I need to ask if this is a good idea. Hold on. You can't preemptively say no before I finish typing. And fucking breaking news, woman has idea. Men tell her no before she finishes saying it. Mods know you. Look, man. Ah. That makes sense. That makes sense. These freaks are the literal enemies of common sense. Don't let them get to you. Oh no, I found something funny. Which is why I want to be funny. Kitchen time could make us all a sandwich. Oh man, I want sandwiches. BGM Doko, good fucking question.
Bunya.
Okay. Gonna just go ahead and oh, what is this? There's a red... What is a red flag warning? I don't know what that means. None of these things even look familiar. What does that mean? Fire... Oh, fire weather. Okay. I was like, what the... like, when they say red flag, I'm like, red flag law? Red flag law? Red flag warning? Don't know what that means. Suddenly your dating history makes sense. Shut up! Shut up! You know, Chad, I'm a pretty patient person, but like, with everything I've been dealing with, I am like, my patience has run thin. My patience has run thin. I am just ready to pick up sticks and use them. I'm going to pick up a stick and I am going to bonk.
The vicious bonking! I bonk you!
We have a bonk emote in chat, right? Motherfucking, Django's Corner, they give it a 20. God bless you, Foxy. May you continue to do the Foxy things, yeah? Yeah. Abacus Flinch, thank you for the 50. If you haven't responded to that tweet, which started the whole thing, you would suggest this. Thank you for support, but as a fan, you know my stance on racist ideology, like Abridge and DEI, so please understand I don't stand for nor endorse your views. Which tweet?
Which tweet?
Mystic Square, thank you for the
20 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Don't bonk chat. They would like it too much. That's true, they would like it too much. John Burt, thank you for the 5. Your power company now has a variable rate where they charge more during peak hours. It's almost 90 Fahrenheit in your home, and they now charge $12 per kilowatt at peak. What the fuck? I don't like that. I don't like that. No, what's hilarious about the pic of the books posed next to the plushie that sent them into a frenzy? Right under my plushie on the shelf on the books is a book from Marx. So the femboy that sent it in is just well read, and by their logic is just as much a communist as a Nazi? I don't know anything else about that femboy. I was just like, they're wearing pretty clothes. Fuck, man. That's funny if they also had commie books on the shelf, you know?
Ein Moment, Chat.
Alright. Junko Shark, thank you for the 20. Just finished a month of electroconvulsive therapy, but the journalists are twice as delusional as you.
Why did you have electroconvulsive therapy? What does that even mean?
Scavenger Dutch, thank you for the $4.99. This is crazy. You just finished reading the article as you saw me live reading it. At the end, they say they want to brigade platforms to ban us? What the hell? I haven't read this article yet, actually. Like, this is unironically my first time reading the article.
Mama.
A lot of typing today, chat. It's abnormal. Fox business hours. Yeah, it's been fucking business hours all day, every day, man. You know? You know? Oh, that's interesting. We literally just talked about that other person that like sent a fucking slurs and wanted to see more hate and harassment gone towards me. We just talked about somebody else trying to play victim over it. And now anal violence is quote retweeting that person. Honestly, it makes me so mad that Kirsche is targeting a much smaller black VTuber. The mask is fully off. How am I supposed to know what race they are? I see tweet insulting me. I clap back at it. Like, what is wrong with these people? They actually have such a crazy victim mentality. They're projecting so fucking... The projecting is so large at this point, a black hole could not contain it. And notice how all they can do or say hello to anal violence there in chat? I'm sure they are. I'm sure they fucking are. They're rapid firing the excuses. I'd love to see it, actually. It's very nice. It's very nice. I hope it continues. Like, again, I am tired of being harassed, but these people just continuously have meltdowns. And it's just like, what else am I supposed to do? You know? Like, besides point out how hypocritical they are and point out how much they're trying to paint me as a bad person and lie about everything that's happening to garner some sort of public sympathy, hoping that people just read their slanderous articles, just read their ridiculous tweets, changing the situation, rewriting the history of what happened, and just hope they can gain some sort of support, hoping that nobody looks into it any further and nobody realizes that they're lying. This is the canceled Yappin' Fox. I like your hat.
I love my hat. It's got pineapple. I love pineapple.
Alyssa Mercante weighed in on the Kirsche situation too. The more people that weigh in, the worse things are gonna be. Right? Like, again, I am tired of dealing with this. It is exhausting to have to put mental effort into these kinds of crazy people instead of just being able to read articles and talk about sounding and fucking play games. You know? Anyone taking them seriously is a piece of shit. Yeah, absolutely. Anyone believing that shit is just fucking crazy. Just fucking crazy. Like, you're gonna call for more hate and harassment to happen to me, and you're going to call me slurs. And then you're going to pretend like, oh, what did I even say that was so bad? Okay, alright, okay, alright. How do you respond? Do you pull a page, find them? I was like, again, I am not condoning harassment. But it's like, if it's not harassment if you are actively attacking someone and then they get up and they punch you back. Like, that is not harassment. It's like they're trying to capitalize on that fucking, what is that shit in schools that's really fucking dumb? The fucking zero tolerance policy, where like if a bully attacks a kid and then the kid attacks the bully back, they're just like, well, both of you are bad. It's like, no, that's not true. Yeah, the fucking Darvo, literal Darvo tactics, man. No child left behind. Vice is doubling down. Smells like organized corporate slander by bigger trolls. Which again is weird, because like, who the fuck am I? I'm not like a large fucking creator, but they know they can't do anything to Asmongold because he's too large, he has too much money. Are they really calling far left Keir Starmer a white supremacist? They've been calling Keir Starmer a white supremacist for ages now. Since I talked about how that's where I got that from when I was talking about the UK and the mosque clip. They've been calling him a white supremacist since then. It's not weird. You're a growing influence. They're trying to cut you off before you're that big. I guess fucking so. I guess fucking so. I'm sorry for what I'm about to show y'all, but Anna's struggle must be shown in its totality. And I got some screenshots here. This didn't even have anything to do. That's really weird that they added this tweet from me. That's really weird that they added this. Jamie, can we pull up this tweet for me to show how old this tweet is? Why is this included here? Why is this included here? They literally cut off the date to make it sound like I said this towards anal violence. Oh my god, why are the date stamps hidden? Gee, I wonder. These people did get Kirsche to admit to liking sounding and swinging as a result of this. I don't like sounding or swinging. Whenever I talk about them, I make fun of them. But, you know, not everyone in my audience will be able to perceive breakfast. Munya. Thank you, Jamie. Asmongold hits the nail on the head about woke journalists. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. What goes around comes around, and we're coming. You should have just left my video games alone. And I'll play Asmongold's clip again, because why not? I like listening to the Mold King.
Look right here, and I'll show you. Like, people think I'm fucking crazy. I'm not. Look at this. People wonder are tax dollars used to promote wokeness in video games? Answer is yes. USAID paid Politico millions of dollars a year to write pieces like this one, which promotes diversity and describes Gamergate as disinformation and harassment campaign. So this is the thing, guys. I want these people to suffer because that's what they did to me. I want to set an example. Get rid of these people. Put them like completely out of their jobs. Get rid of them. Make an example of them. Say, listen, this is what happens. Gamers rise up. What goes around? Yep, what goes around comes around. And we're coming. Look right here.
We're fucking coming. And it's not because we're being raped in breeding camps. It's because you are throwing stones and slandering people. And I agreed with Asmongold. I said, based, I've been saying this for ages. Sam Hyde quote is eternal. And this makes people on the other side of the aisle fucking seethe. Think what you want about Sam Hyde. Think he might be a bad person. He could be. He's got some strange allegations about him. But that doesn't make this quote any less fucking true. When we win, do not forget that these people want you broke, dead, your kids raped and brainwashed, and they think it's funny. Since March, I have had these people trying to harm me financially, adding all of my sponsors, adding companies I've worked with that aren't even sponsors of me anymore because they're short-term contracts. This is what they're doing. And they want to play victim while they are doing this. And so, yeah. Yeah, just like this other guy said. Where's the video? Just like this other guy said.
And it is mortifying to see a website that I used to work for, where I had a lot of great people around me that I worked with, be poisoned by people like this. And their shoddy work and their baseless accusations. Again, Richik Bhattacharya should be fired. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
I think all of the journalists who have written slanderous things about me should be fired. They've been trying to go after my sponsors. So why would I feel any different? They've been going after me. They've been trying to ruin me financially. Am I supposed to sit here and be like,
oh, I hope nothing but the best for them. I am a sweet foxu who doesn't want anything bad to happen to the bad people doing bad things to me.
No, that is cuck mentality. That is absolute cuck mentality, man. And it's like, again, I don't want them harassed. I don't want crazy things to happen. But if you're going to come after my job, if you're going to lie about me, that seems like something you should get fired for at a journalistic job, right? Yeah, white cis man. Fight fire with fire. Slander is spoken. In print, it's libel. Look, you guys don't gotta be fucking so semantic. Slander, libel, whatever it is, they are lies regardless. What happened to talk shit, get hit? Shad from Shadiversity mentioned me and the whole smear merchant nonsense on his podcast for his other YouTube channel, Night Swatch. The support is spreading. It's just like, it's insane. It's insane to me. It's absolutely insane. And it's like they have every opportunity to retract their statements. They have every opportunity to be like, yeah, we were wrong. We shouldn't have done this. We lied about Kirsche. We're retracting the entire article. and we're putting an apology statement here. They can just do that. I was like, okay, well, at least you're apologizing, right? Like, at least you have some kind of humility. But that will never happen because these people are operating on some sort of like cultural crusade where they want to see me completely destroyed. And again, it's crazy because like I'm who the fuck am I? Humility in this climate. Yellow Flash and Craig were pissed yesterday on side scrollers, rightfully so. Yeah, exactly. It's literally impossible to hate the people at Vice enough. It's really funny to see so many support me recently. Yeah, it's great that people are supporting me, man. You want Vice to print a retraction? Absolutely. I feel like that is the bare minimum that they could do in this kind of situation, because what they have printed is incorrect. In every article that they have printed. Like, they just keep lying about everything. And so, again, he put this tweet here. And has been receiving vitriol from nearly every corner of the internet. He put this tweet here from me. And this tweet is in response to Asmongold back in February. So I think it's interesting that Asmongold is talking about smear merchants lying about people. And I agree with Asmongold talking about smear merchants lying about people. And then they decide to use this tweet from months before Anal Violence even knew who I was to show that Anal Violence is getting hate. It's almost like they know that they're smear merchants, they know that they're lying, and they just don't care. If they would print a retraction, you hope I frame it and hang it up, you know? You know? They will never admit error or wrongdoing. Yeah. If you have a good lawyer, am I going to file a litigation? I don't really know, man. I don't really know anything about the law. You know, I'm just fucking cartoon woman. It would be nice, right, if I had like legal recourse, but I don't know if I do.
Munya.
And then here, this also has quite literally nothing to do, right? Like quite Anna's struggle must be shown in its totality. This has nothing to do with Anna. This is Leaflet reacting to someone else's video, and this isn't even her thumbnail. This is another creator's thumbnail. And just like I said the other day, this isn't going to stop with me. And I even named Leaflet as somebody that they would go after. Because if they see that their tactics, their lying, is working on me, they're going to feel emboldened to go after other VTubers as well. They wanted to go after Vialor, they wanted to go after Rima, they wanted to go after Ilara. But I made a much easier target for them to go after when I made fun of Anna's Vialor hit piece. And after me, they're going to spread out and they're going to attack any VTuber that says anything even slightly off from what their beliefs are. Here's the deal. Anna's ongoing plight has reached critical mass. The people advocating for Anna, anyone belonging to the LGBTQIA+ community, is absolutely not. Absolutely not. There are plenty of people who are gay and trans, or part of like the LGBT people, who have been deriding Anna as well, because they know that Anna is lying. They know that Anna is disingenuous, and they know that Anna writes about fucking crazy shit. Back when the Fall Guys article came out that now Anna is trying to retcon and claim they wrote something different than what was actually written, and you can see that in the archives, they got a ton of backlash from trans people when they wrote that article. They got a ton of backlash from gay people when they wrote that article. So this is, again, just trying to appeal to people's emotions to paint themselves as a victim when they have been the attacker the entire time. Feels like you should talk to a lawyer? I mean, maybe. Any other marginalized groups to endlessly suffer. That's only one part of a truly disgusting equation. The other, equally important part is, why are clear, unambiguous bigots and racists allowed major platforms? And people have started trying to mass report both my Twitch and my YouTube. There have been Twitter posts about people trying to organize doing this. Because since they have been ineffective in getting my actual sponsors to drop me, Crime Boss Cucks aside, Since they've been ineffective in getting my other sponsors to drop me, they now have to try and deplatform me. Oh, hey, trying to get people banned. Remember, this kind of slander and libel is what fucked CNN against the Covington kids? That's fair. That's fair. Why are people with wrongthink allowed to live, basically? Yeah, exactly. Why are they given sponsorships and brand deals? Because I'm not a racist. I'm not a Nazi. I'm not a white supremacist. I have edgy jokes. I have edgy humor. I say edgy things. And sometimes they're not even that edgy. They just fall outside of what these moral busybodies find acceptable. And that's not okay to them. Because we can bicker back and forth online all day long, but at the end of the day, the likes of YouTube, Twitch, and every other notable space that allows this to thrive and fester, those are the ones who need to be forced to come out and say, yes, this is the kind of content we want and will subsist from going forward. Didn't Facebook have an entire lawsuit over this? Wasn't there an entire lawsuit where, like, with Facebook because Facebook was trying to curate stuff that was put on the platform and that would transform them from like a service into something else that I can't remember the name of? Right. And so like they can't curate the stuff to a degree, right? Like obviously remove violence, obviously remove like threats, like actual threats and shit from there, right? A platform as a publisher. Yes, a platform to a publisher. So like they were crossing the line from platform to publisher, and so there was like some sort of lawsuit around that. And so these people, again, just like they've been trying to do with my sponsors, they're just like, oh, if you don't make an announcement, if you don't capitulate to our demands, that means you endorse these things. That's absolutely not what that means. None of my sponsors have like any kind of endorsement of the things that I say. They are apolitical, and that is what companies should be. There are people who are partnered with my sponsors that have diametrically different views than I do, that have wished death on people. And I have never ran a crusade against getting those people dropped from their financial stability. I think what they've said is grotesque. I think what they've said is disgusting. But I don't go after their ability to live because I actually know how to be a decent person. It's ironic since Vice is actually a publisher and is responsible for what Anna Valenz is saying. That does make it ironic. Alanis Morissette having a lot of features this week. For all y'all goofy racists and bigots, I don't have the time to address you directly. A reason won't work with you. You're all lost causes. This is a wild statement coming from these people. But I know that Anna and myself as a black man, this is like outing yourself as a woman on 4chan. Like, there's literally no reason to have said this. I was just like, what? Once every notable platform from games journalism to the games industry and every other major media company, own your stance. You will not be allowed to sit on the fence any longer. Either you reprimand and punish the bigotry, racism, and hatred, or you come out and admit that that's exactly the audience and legacy you want. Absolutely not. Because these platforms are not trying to be publishers. They are not endorsing ideas of anyone that they are partnered with or anyone they allow to post on their platforms. They allow everyone to post things, whether you disagree with them or not. Your stance is against lying, dirty smear merchants like you? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, man. I'm checking email again. Ein the moment. I hate marketing emails. The time for games is over. The time for gamers is over. This literally is just a Gamergate article repurposed for VTubers. Remember when this article was about VTubers? Twiddling your thumbs and pretending it isn't there isn't sufficient. Sure, it's Anna today, but after the LGBTQIA issue has been dealt with among that crowd, it'll be the Browns, which is currently happening too. And then the Blacks. What is this? What is this link to? What to know about the Newark mayor's arrest at an immigration detention center? What does this have to do with VTubers? What does this have to do with VTubers or me? What even is this story? No one ever mentions the yellows anymore. Well, Vice was racist against Moonshine. They didn't even tag him in the picture they used. So, you know, that makes sense. That makes sense that they're racist against the yellows here, too. Hate has a tendency to do that. Become an ever-growing pit that'll never be satisfied. Because they need an opponent. You guys are the ones that started this. You were the ones looking for an opponent. I was just over here flopping around on my own stream, talking about inflating your penis, turning it into a dick balloon. Literally watching clips of world leaders and repeating the things that they say. I did not need an opponent. I am a tiny VTuber. What are you doing? For many of them, hatred is their brand. It's all they have to make up for the fact that without it, they have nothing. You know, that's a very interesting statement. Hold on a second. That's very interesting. Ein Moment. Where's my tabs here? That's very interesting that you say that. That's very interesting that you say that that's all they have. And that's why they need to invent enemies. Because I got sent these DMs. I got sent these DMs by Anna Valenz. And I'm not entirely sure who Anna Valenz is talking to here. But this unknown person says, I have no idea where that is. I need to look it up. And Anna says, okay, cards on the table. I don't want to write about Gamergate. This is back in 2016, so we're clear. The person they're talking to said, I know how Mary Sue works, dude. And not wanting something and doing it anyway is all kinds of unjustified bullshit. Quote, it's what they wanted. Then don't write for them, Anna. And Anna responds, I need the money. Oh. And this unknown person says, that doesn't make writing lies okay. That's how the lies continue. So apparently this person thought that Anna was writing about lies. And Anna said, I didn't even want to write about that, but I needed the money, confirming that they knew they were doing something duplicitous. So it seems like Anna has a track record of lying on the platforms that they pretend to be a journalist for. That's pretty interesting. And this conversation continues with Anna saying, for me, part of it comes down to outlets that pay well. Not because I want more money, but because my 2 steady jobs don't quite pay enough. They're around $600 a month each, which means I have to go for some of these places that are kinda mixed up. Like, I'm sure you can imagine I hated Vice Gaming's Zoe video, and I think the Mary Sue is a joke. But sadly, they have the money, so it's hard to say no. At least in this field, it's easy to change your focus and tone very easily. You can go from op-eds to investigative work fast, as long as someone believes you can. And then you can go to making libelous statements about someone you know nothing about, using people who have been harassing them and anonymous sources. You know, it doesn't really matter as long as you can make money off of it, huh, Anna? I guess that's the crux of things here. That I turn down sponsors that I feel are bad for me. Because even when I was incredibly poor and unable to pay my bills on time all the time, I did not want to take sponsors that I didn't agree with. But it seems that you actually have no moralistic standards. Because you don't care if you are writing lies or writing about things that you disagree with. That's very interesting. It's very interesting, the 2 different kinds of people that we are. Send these DMs to Legal Mindset and see what he says. No ethics. Now that's some 4K grifting. Yeah, we're 4K multi-track grifting, baby. No honor and no ethics. I mean, if they had honor and ethics, they wouldn't be a journalist, right? They wouldn't be a fucking journalist, right? Oh. Oh. Oh, isn't that interesting? Isn't that funny? Isn't that fucking funny, Countess, you little slut? God, I love that clip. Hold on a second, chat. Hold on a second. Oh. Oh, God, I love Schadenfreude. Oh, man. It's a good thing I sit on a towel. Hold on. Where's my tweet? Where's my tweet here? So, anal violence and, my other harasser thing tweeted out about how, I'm the one sending harassment and I'm the one being a bully here after I retweeted, actually, I'm a fox, to someone trying to crusade hate and harassment against me while calling me slurs. And I just got a very interesting thing, that person that lobbed slurs and wanted to crusade against me says, at everyone, hey, so, I just got an email saying that I've been terminated from the Advanced Ambassador Program because I used slurs in a tweet. And honestly, I say to hell with it. It's so funny to see white people get offended when a slur isn't even a slur used against them. But I digress. I'm fine with losing that sponsorship if it means that my voice isn't silenced. If bigots can call me the hard ER and make racist jokes against black people, why they shaking like a leaf now? Rip bozos. And then they have the little terminated of affiliation with Advanced. And all I have to say is thank you. Thank you, Advanced. I didn't even contact them. I've never sent any communications to Advanced GG whatsoever. I made that one tweet. That's all I did. And fucking Advanced, I know I'm not partnered with you. I know I'm partnered with GamerSups, but fuck. Thank you for standing on principle. Thank you for recognizing who the actual hate mob is in this equation. I appreciate that, buddy. By the way, Advanced clap. It feels nice to actually have hateful people trying to call for hate on me have something happen, dude. Good. You get what you fucking deserve. Private company, they can just independently choose to not associate. Who the fuck slings slurs on their business accounts? Yeah, and I mean... Give me one moment. Give me one moment here. Why did that not work? All right, okay. Let's see here. Bill Double Wiener. Gee, Bill! Your dad lets you have 2 wieners? Thank you. Thank you for the fucking 10,000 biddies. Thank you for the 10,000 biddies, Mr. Bill Double Wiener! Thank you. You didn't deserve all that abuse. We support you. Thank you. Like I said, it's been very fucking tough, dude. This all went down. They timed the first hit piece article release to when I went on vacation. And I still had a good vacation, right? It was still good, but obviously this was on my mind the entire fucking time. It's I feel like I need another vacation, but I need to actually turn my brain off, dude. I need to actually turn my brain off. Let's see here. There was something else I was gonna click on. Okay, my mods can't find the other thing that I asked for. But that's okay, it's very obscure. So let me go in my email and see. Let me see here. 'Cause I know it was something I archived. I think my computer's not really agreeing with me right now. It's not opening absolutely any attachments from my archive. That kind of fucking shucks. That kind of shucks. Okay. Might need to sprinkle in a fake vacation. I mean, we're already about halfway through May, and I planned on taking a vacation in July. And I still need to kind of brush up a few of the details on that because, man, it has been weird figuring out details. On my next vacation, where are I and Asmon gonna go?
It's my birthday vacation. Hey.
White people get offended when a slur that isn't even a slur is used against them, using the quote from the thing on the screen. Why would they assume it was white people offended by the use of it? That's a good question. With Asmon, so the Poconos with Asmon? The fucking Poconos, dude. You had to leave because your son came home from school. Is she done reading the Anna Boleyn smut? Yes. We're not reading any more anal violence smut pieces here. I just thought that was an interesting thing to pop up in the middle of us reading that article. I thought that was interesting. And I had like I think 2 sentences left on the end of that article here. Let me go find that tab again.
Where my tab at? Where my tab at?
So ironically, the next sentence, there certainly isn't a personality worth being around underneath all of that filth, after all. They're classical bullies, and they crave your engagement. So rather than engaging them personally, you engage the forces funding and feeding their nonsense. The ball's in everyone else's court now. Choose. What a strange call to action to rile up crazy people into trying to get sponsors and financial revenue streams removed from people because you perceive them as an ideological enemy that must be resoundingly destroyed. That's a little strange. It's almost like proving that Sam Hyde quote correct once again. Like you keep making fun of us for like quoting these things, but then you just keep proving it correct. Like I just don't understand. They perceive their breakfast as the enemy. They perceive the breakfast as the enemy. They can't help it. And more irony on the fire. We have another anal violence tweet saying, as her community continues to harass me, I seem to have quite the rent-free living in Kirsche's head. My dude, you are literally a journalist at Vice who has written not 1, but 2 seething hit pieces at me. Your boss has written a seething hit piece basically because of me, in support of you. Other journalistic sites have written hit pieces on me because you keep tagging every journalist under the sun to repost your lies. Whomst is living in whom's head rent-free again. I know it's in your best interest if I just shut up and take it, but that's not the kind of woman I am. I'm a nasty little woman, you see? Lampy Lamp Devil responded here. You didn't even throw the first stone. Bint and others have been posting, hey, look at Kirsche being a fucking Nazi for months and months, for at least a year maybe even. Which goes to show the power of journalism, to be honest. She's been like this forever. She's only pissing herself now. Did you just admit the harassment campaign against me for months that I've been talking about that was used as the evidence in Anna's Vice article that there was any kind of controversy? Did you just use that harassment campaign? Fucking caught, bro. Why would you type this on the internet? Why would you give me this free fucking win? Lord, I am so grateful that you have made my enemies this way, because what the fuck? Caught in fucking 4K. Like, this isn't even 4K. They're like glowing like a radiation fucking building, dude. Like, what is this? Why would you write this? It's on Blue Sky, you won't see it. That's true. They thought that they were safe on Blue Sky, like nobody would see it. You know, like the 3 people that use that website to post, you know, indecent things. The quote is never wrong. Salka Alpaca, thank you for the 10. You're not a nasty woman. You don't disgust me like these people. True and real. Mind posting the archive link? Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah, sure, here's the archive. 23, not just 3. God, please make my enemies retarded and comical. They're exhausting. They're exhausting and tiring, and I am so fucking mentally fatigued. But, like, why would you do this? Like, thank you, but, like, why? Are these just Blue Sky nobody VTubers? Yeah, I mean, they're on Blue Sky, so obviously they're fucking nobody.
Amunya.
What is this? Yeah, my images won't embed either. My images won't embed. What is this? In other news, Kirsche reading my magical girl force femme siscon erotica on stream because clearly this is appropriate and relevant to do to a reporter. Do we really need to bring up all of the times I have read ridiculous fanfictions on stream? Like, this is quite literally on brand for me to read this kind of thing. I would do this to you if you were a reporter, if you were a politician, if you were another content creator, if you were some fucking lolcow like Chris Chan. I would have read this fanfiction no matter who the fuck you were. Definitely not an attempt to shame a trans woman for her sexuality. I don't give a shit that you're trans. You're a fucking freak. You'd be a freak if you were straight. You'd be a freak if you were bisexual. I don't fucking care what you are. You are dangerous and disturbed as an individual. He's a freak 100%. And it's just like, I know they're just going to cry victim about this again, but it's like, you have literally written articles on a massive platform calling me a white supremacist and a Nazi. You've been going after my sponsors. You have been trying to ruin me. Calling you a freak is nowhere in even the same ballpark as those things. He could be any one of us. Oh my god, he's a funny oddity on your own, but with his behavior, you become a real freak. And doesn't want people to read it, why post it? Yeah, also that, right? Like, why post it online if you don't want people to read it? For proof, around 9627. I even gave you funny little voices when I read it. I read it the same way I read all of my weird smut things that I bring up on stream. I put effort into that, madam. I put effort into it, ma'am. So when you own Vice, which office are you going to choose? Oh my god. And then, speaking of other journalists writing hit pieces about me because of Anna, this archive is a little fucked up. So if my mods have like the coefficient community screenshots, if they could post that to me, I'd appreciate it. But this is like a weird article by subhuman Kumar, subhum Kumar. I am so bad at pronouncing things, dude. Coefficient community defends white supremacist Kirsche and bigoted VTubers. Guess cancel culture has selective hearing. And if I was retarded, I would ask, why are they going after Coefficient? I've never even interacted with this man. And apparently it's not even him, it's his community. If he said anything about me, I don't even know, right? I don't even know. So it's just his community, I guess, apparently, because they put Discord screenshots. And they've dropped all pretense of supposed white supremacist, and they're just calling me a white supremacist now. Despite the fact that over and over I have said that I am not. And I've never actually said anything that could be genuinely misconstrued as such. Only people with mental illnesses believe that me repeating the words of the UK Prime Minister are white supremacy. Among the ongoing tensions within the VTuber community, a disturbing pattern has emerged. Voices calling out racism are silenced or disregarded. It's also tiresome, chat. While those spreading harmful narratives are defended or left unquestioned, the case of streamer Coefficient and their community's reaction to white supremacist aligned VTuber Kirsche has prompted outrage among people who have long been wary of fascist infiltration in an environment once recognized for its LGBTQ plus friendliness. This is just literally made up in your head. There is no fascist infiltration, and there is no overarching VTuber community that was like some LGBTQ plus hug box. The reason VTubing got popular in the West is because of clips of Japanese women being VTubers being cute and singing the N-word. What the fuck are you talking about, you fucking tourist? Fuck off, journo scum. And again, they drop pretense and they literally just call me white supremacist aligned. Like, I wish I had the money to do something because I could just start collecting websites, man. Coefficient is an established personality in the VTuber community known for supporting and promoting a variety of talents. However, their community has increasingly tolerated, if not overly supported, prejudiced characters like Kirsche, who has been accused of promoting white supremacist and anti-LGBTQ plus ideologies. I've been accused by a few seething Twitter freaks who have convinced some content creators to believe their lies, and one person using their massive platform as a journalist at Vice to print libel against me. Japanese being cute and retarded since the beginning is what made them interesting.
A little English!
And let me grab these fucking screenshots.
Nom 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 nom. Nom nom nom. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Discord's fucking killing itself. So they posted this as like proof that Coefficient's community is defending me. Someone said, I'm not sure if I'm glad I know this now, but thank you for the context. I suppose drama doesn't exactly exist to make people happier. All I know is that when people's content is just reacting to controversial videos and covering drama, I tune out so fast. That sounds not like defending me. That sounds like they wouldn't watch my content. Someone else said, yeah, it's just pointless drama. If you don't like Person X, don't engage or look at them. Why is this so hard for people? This also doesn't seem like a defense of me. Someone else said, but then they can't rant and fabricate lies to gaslight people into hating them too. What's the point of living then? True. True, that does seem like it's defending me. Thank you, guy. Thank you. Your profile picture looks kind of funny. Someone else said, people seem to want to get into this kind of stuff because they don't want a safe place for Nazis to develop or whatever. And that other person said, I mean, who wants that anyways, apart from Nazis? Exactly. I have unironically banned people in my Discord who espouse actual white supremacist things. I have banned people who are whales in my community who donated thousands of dollars. I have banned those people once I found out that they were actually advocating for genuine white supremacist talking points. My mods have track records of this. I am a receipt keeper. I'm fucking autistic about keeping receipts. All right? Okay? Literally 1984. Literally 1984. There's a lot of gymnastics that go online where people start making associations by themselves where supporting this thing vaguely means you must directly be also spewing hate or whatever. By that measure, don't use Twitch or Twitter. Holy shit. If using the same platform means you agree with everything on it or everyone on it, don't use anything. And they bring up a good point. These people only just now started going after Twitch and YouTube in order to deplatform me. This whole time, they've been trying to go after my sponsors to drop me financially because they wanted to cause harm above all else. Nazi has lost all meanings nowadays. 9 out of 10 times when I see it being thrown around, it means the other side must be doing something right. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. If you have to be called a Nazi, you probably just said something that they disagreed with that wasn't even, like, crazy. Right? Like, everyone who's made videos on my situation is just like, literally, Kirsche is just correct. That's Nazis aren't a normal position, and the fact that that word has gotten watered down so fucking much is insane. Most of the times, it's used nowadays as just a, I'm losing and don't know what clever thing to say, so you're a Nazi. And the other person said, you're not seeing their point. There's some tweeter posts over here. Some tweeter posts. If your controversial beliefs coincide with the Nazis, then you're a fucking Nazi. Did you know that Hitler drank water? That means you're a Nazi. This is like, this isn't even like blatantly supporting me. This is more just making fun of the people trying to ruin my life because their points are so flimsy that it's asinine anyone is taking it seriously. And I sincerely hope that some of the content creators who had been putting pressure on sponsors themselves feel a little fucking silly at this point that they've decided to align themselves with somebody who writes about their desire to have cis girl breeding camps to beat up that pussy until they have to switch out the girls for a new one. Writing slander about me. I hope you feel a little silly, you know? But maybe next time you'll make $40 and it'll all be okay. Back to the article. Despite this, many in the VTubing space, including coefficient supporters, continue to characterize criticism of these individuals as overbearing or rooted in cancel culture. Critics who give verifiable cases of racism are responded to with dismissive responses such as, you just call everyone a Nazi, instead of actual consideration of the evidence. I responded to a few people who if I make a post and I'm like, hey, if you want any of the context of these clips, I will respond to you. And so I responded to a couple of the people in that thread, and they proved my point. They proved my point that the only time you ever issue corrections, it's for everyone else looking in, seeing what's going on, and they will continue to be disingenuous and they will not care what you have to say. So like these people never engage in good faith, and they insult you while trying to say, well, if you don't answer me, that means that I'm right about you. And it's like, no, I just don't want to answer an asshole. Like, what? What do you mean by this? It's not about it being true. It's about them hating you. Pretty much. Pretty much. It's all just so goddamn exhausting. It is. It's incredibly mentally fatiguing to have to deal with these people. The most concerning aspect isn't simply Kirsche's apologies, but also the silence of major voices. And this is where we get into the crux of this article. Figures like Coefficient, Nags, and other notable VTuber influencers are mostly about taking a stance. Many people see their neutrality in the face of hatred as collaboration. And what they're doing here is they're trying to invoke the name of creators that are larger than me, that have larger platforms than me, that have more influence than I do. They're trying to say, hey, if you guys don't read our lies, if you guys don't believe our lies about this person, you are also a Nazi. We need you to denounce Kirsche, to further slander Kirsche, to push our agenda because you have the platforms to do so. And if you don't, we will also slander you. And Coefficient and Nags, I'm sure, are smart men, so I don't think they're going to fall for some sort of blackmail like this. But it's still incredibly disgusting that someone LARPing as a journalist would write this kind of shit. Marxist Subversion 101. Yeah, absolutely. Asmon is not a significant, influential voice. They already call Asmon a Nazi, so Asmon defending me just paints me as more of a Nazi to these guys. That's how crazy things have gotten. Fucking most watched normie streamer Asmongold is now a Nazi. It's funny how these people don't see themselves as a villain. They feel like they are allowed to do these things because they do it for your own good. They are morally righteous, so anything they do is right and good. Anything you do is bad. Which is why there's a ton of like room temp IQ people running around being like,
I thought people like Kirsche hated cancel culture. So why is Kirsche cancel culturing the developers of this game? Why would you do that?
It's not cancel culture. I'm literally defending myself from cancel culture. You absolute monkey. You absolute primate. You absolute tiny amoeba. How could you let a Kirsche have more brain activity than you? Says the very people that created cancel culture. Absolutely, man. Are we the bad guys? They don't have enough self-reflection for that. Even those who disagree with the defenders hardly respond effectively. Journalist Anal Violence, who has documented the rise of the extreme right-wing groups in VTubing, is still facing a planned hate campaign. So, writing 2 articles, taking me out of context, lying about me, applying your thoughts to what you think my beliefs are, and then posting a whole bunch of anonymous screenshots from website I haven't even gone to in my life. You're now trying to say that this has any legitimacy as a documented the rise of extreme right-wing groups in VTubing. This doesn't even have to do with being left or right wing. If you go to anonymous image boards, you're going to be called slurs. That's just how they work. That's been how they've worked since the dawn of their existence on the internet. Like you can't walk into a beehive and then get surprised if you get stung. And trying to apply it to me, like, that's crazy. If I went to those websites, I'm sure I could find plenty of instances of people insulting me, of people calling me slurs, of people wishing death on me. Because that's just what happens there. They're anonymous image boards. Defendant Kirsche, you've been accused of reading articles. Breaking news, 4chaners use slurs. More news at 11, right? Tourists, not to just VTubers, but to the whole internet, it seems. It's like they just woke up from 24/7 gooning one day and figured out how things worked. You went to fucking slurs, and guess what? They called me slurs. Do you have any idea how many times you've been called the N-word and you're not even black? That's just what online culture has been for ages. It's fucking insane to me. And they continue that Anna Valens is still facing a planned hate campaign. No. Ooh. Anna Valens is the one who created a planned hate campaign. Anna Valens wrote an article full of lies to put fuel on a fire to get my sponsors to drop me. That entire article is written as an attack on gamer subs. And I am the cudgel used to beat them. Anna Valens is not the one facing a planned hate campaign. Instead of support, she is viewed as an outsider, a jealous journalist, or simply dismissed for challenging popular figures. I am a literal who? What the fuck do you mean, popular figures? What the fuck do you mean by that? Well, I mean, I guess I'm not a literal who anymore. I've racked up like 6 fucking hit pieces in a month, but like, fuck, man. And yes, Anna is viewed as an outsider because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they've proven they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They didn't know that Yanners hadn't been in VShoho for years. They don't know anything about the VTubing community. They keep printing things that make no fucking sense because they don't know what they're talking about. What else do you call a person like that? And also, they do appear to be jealous because they were hounding the VLore girls, trying to get the VLore girls to say something probably unprofessional, but thankfully those girls knew to stay professional. And that made Anna angry. And so Anna decided to write a hit piece on them. So yeah, that does come off as fucking jealous. That does come off as seething. That does come off as using your professional platform as a personal blog to insult people that you feel slighted by. And this is further evidenced by the fact that after they had been trying to go after Rima and Alara, they instead turned their sights on me, because not only did I make fun of their article for VLore, I showed what kind of person they are. Yenners died! No, they just left V-Shoujo. And Kirsche's the Jeanne d'Arc of VTubers. That artwork would go hard, though, buddy. The failure of popular YouTubers to challenge racism in their communities has had a chilling effect. LGBTQ fans and black creators have spoken out since 2020, report being ignored or gaslit. What? The lack of transparency has promoted extremists while depressing people seeking a secure, inclusive community. As hateful ideologies gain ground, the cost of neutrality becomes more apparent. A fractured, hostile fandom in which calls for justice are mocked, and individuals driving for change are left to struggle online. That's really ironic. The people who have been on this cultural crusade and we are eternally left in 2014 are going to claim something like that. That's a little crazy. That's a little crazy. And you know, part of what Anna was going after VLore for is because two of the VLore girls are lollies. And I find it interesting. That someone wanted to crusade against lolly VTubers when they have posts about littles, when they have posts about fucking ABDL daddy dom little girl nonsense. I know it's a little strange to throw stones from glass houses when you openly post about all of your fetishes literally everywhere, as if it's an all-encompassing part of your life that you can't stop thinking about. Here's Anna Valenz retweeting someone named Big Kim did a poop in your gear bag. Big Kim said, I can tell you exactly why these Alice in Wonderland swim bottoms have been on clearance for probably years now. And it rhymes with, that looks like a fucking diaper. And Anna Valenz said, attention littles, with little baby bottle icons. And also down here, a political tweet from Chastin Glesman Buttigieg. He said, loving all of these blank for Kamala calls. I think we need a really tired parents for Kamala call. It can be after bedtime and a great excuse for not doing the dishes or cleaning up the living room. You can just put your headphones in while packing the lunch boxes. And Anna retweeted, littles for Kamala. It's just like the furries. Like they can't help themselves but insert their fetish into everything, even where it makes no sense to do so. We got a resident lover pup here saying, some of you fruity fucks. And they got Skittles Littles so tiny. And Anna said, autistic Twitter users who love vocal stims and size and gigantus fans shaking hands. Mommy dommies and their littles. We got some more stuff here. Anna Valenz saying, cancel me if you must, LOL. But I didn't realize how much I would love mommy dom age play until I started watching more mommy dommies make mommy dommy stuff. Not just one gender, for the littles too. You know, that's really weird that you just openly admit being into fucking age play, but you're gonna get mad at lolly ASMR VTubers. How are you going to get mad at adult women with petite bodies doing lewd ASMR when you want to do age play? Can you explain this one? Can you help me out here? That's really interesting that you'd like to put on some little baby diapers and cry to a little dommy mommy, and that's okay. That's okay for you. But these grown women doing ASMR is somehow a problem to you. It's almost like this was a personal vendetta against these women, and nothing to do with them being lollies at all. Anna also tweeted out here, Yes, please. This sounds so fun. I love littles. And they got an anonymous message. This is in reply to a mommy dummy keeping a little in chastity and training them to bottom would obliterate me from orbit, TBH. But that might be a bit involved. Another tweet, Anna saying, GLHF actually means good littles have fun. Just really going whole hog on this, like, age play fetish you got there. You know? That's really strange. That's really odd. And we got another one here. We got a little archive tweet here. Let's see what this little archive tweet has. Glad you only understand half of these words. I saw Anna Valen's retweeting something that says, all products, why choose syscon, our values, aligned values. Anna Valen said, I apply to this company, and they said everyone there knew you. What did they mean by this? And Anna continues, this is a safe place for syscon littles. So not only are you into age play, not only are you into diapers, but you want it to be incest. You want to wear a diaper and be a little for a mommy dummy. So you want to be the little sister getting railed by your older sister. That's you know, I don't really, you know, you do you, right? Like, you can have your weird little kinks, but when you put them out in public like this, again, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're straight. Doesn't matter if you're gay. Doesn't matter if you're trans. When you put this shit out here, people are gonna look at you funny. And especially when you try to crusade against other people for doing kink things, like lewd ASMR, and complaining about lollies, they're gonna go a bit harder on you because you look like a fucking hypocrite. It's all about sex positivity until you can use it as a cudgel to try and grab a hate mob against those people, huh? Freud, I'm not touching that one. I was like, fucking goddamn, man. Have a little bit of, like, self-awareness. I fucking beg. This person said, my timeline the past few days, well, I mean, people like what they like. We shouldn't judge. The topic is incest. And Anna Valen said, the topic isn't incest, it's a trans woman enjoying syscon roleplay. You can tell OP and folks are not stoking this discourse in good faith because they have to misrepresent stuff and hide the truth. I'm sure there's many people in my audience who can pull up a million clips of me talking about all sorts of different people doing strange fetish things. It's not because you're trans, Anna. It has nothing to do with your identity. You are just being very hypocritical. Very briefly. Brain is mush. Thanks to the porn. This is what porn does to your brain, chat. This is why I tell you. Don't fucking porn, man. Don't fucking do porn, dude. Actually going crazy.
Munya.
Do they think syscon somehow is just like the sisterhood and not incest? Seems pretty clear in the title. You would think so. You would think so. And I mean, you can even go down Anna's timeline and search for syscon. I don't know. Anna Valen's lookalike competition tonight in my bedroom, prize syscon roleplay. For example, it might make sense to explain how Majestic Shields are paid if the storyline is about someone in admin who engages in non-consensual findom with another hey, findom's my bit, okay? Alright, you can't... I'm the findom streamer now. It totally doesn't matter if the story is about syscon foot stink hypnosis. I love introducing this to my cis girlfriends and being their big sister. It's fun. I think the T for T version is uniquely special, but I think cis for trans or trans for cis syscon is also really beautiful. I like it just keeps going. There's so many tweets about syscon. So many tweets. So many tweets about syscon, and yet you wanted to rile up a hate mob. You wanted to rile up a hate mob against people. to go after lolly VTubers when this is the thing that you are into. That's very strange. That's very odd, Anna. I'm the captain now. You wonder what's on that person's computer? Hopefully it's not on Vice's computers, you know? That would cause a bit of an issue. That would cause a bit of an issue. And, you know, that weird person, Dead Domain, who lied about me last year, we have Alyssa Mercante coming in here, Adam. I'm gonna give you that advice, Alyssa. You should probably back out of this one. All right, you should probably back out of this one. That's some advice. Alyssa Mercante retweeting again the person who lied about me from last year, saying Kirsche has been spewing right-wing edgelord shit and suffering a rare consequence for it for quite some time because the chuds have goldfish memories. They're acting brand new. George Floyd jokes, white replacement nonsense, the works. Hiding her identity so she can regurgitate 8chan bullshit. Hey, yo, buddy, I'm not a child predator. I've never been on 8chan. All right, you got to be careful with those accusations, pal. And send harassment towards people who call her out. I have literally never done that. I have not sent any harassment. I have not participated in any hate campaigns. This is what your side is doing to me. But, you know, again, you tried to rewrite history when you guys attacked Kabrutus, so it doesn't surprise me that you're lying about this, too. Boring, tired, unoriginal, and nowhere near as smart as she thinks she is. I've never really claimed to be intelligent, actually. I quite frequently say that I am a retard. Add her to the list of people we should stop platforming in 2025. Interesting. Interesting you would call for deplatforming. Okay, all right, okay. If you're making jokes about George Floyd, you invalidate anything you say before or after it, period, the end. Yeah, I just disagree, actually. You can have your opinion. I just disagree. Twitter and YouTube letting you all think such bold racism is acceptable will be the end of us. Try and say that kind of shit in public, please. Does Alyssa Mercante go outside? Has she heard the way that people talk when they're out touching grass? Like, also, I'm locking this thread so the fascist weebs stay out of it. Miss me with your weird shit. If you're gonna say disgusting shit, show face. And much like always, these people complain about hiding identity and wanting you to show face because they want a reason to know who you are so they can properly get rid of you as a person. They've been going after my sponsors, but if they knew who I am, they would go after any other source of income that I had. They would probably try to get me dropped by financial institutions. They would probably try and go after my family because that is how these people operate. And they're angry that they cannot do that crusade at this moment. You know, these people are hypocrites because you have a niece that is kind of super lefty and she openly says the N-word. These people want to hold us to a standard that they don't even follow. I mean, yeah, if they didn't have double standards, they wouldn't have any at all. They wouldn't have any at all, you know? Remember the founding fathers of this country believed in anonymity. Yeah, exactly. I am John Hancock. He is me. Munya. Let me check my emails again here. Do 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 ba da da ba 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 do ba do boo. All right, we're good. Adam Wofford, thank you too. Alyssa too busy simping for Smash TV to go out. I thought I feel like she would have her plate full, right? She wouldn't bother with someone like even smaller than Smash, but like okay, all right. I must ein Moment here.
Ein Moment.
I know I opened this. Okay, here we go. Fox Messiah.
Munya.
Anal Violence says I'm petty for reading his porn on stream. I'm the petty one? Okay. I'm not the one who's a journalist who used my platform at a multi-million-dollar fucking corporation to write seething blogs full of lies about people I was angry with. Hey, if you want to call me petty, you are quite literally the embodiment of it, baby. What the fuck? Surely trying to uproot someone's entire life because you failed at VTubing isn't petty. Yeah, exactly. Like, what? Jesus Christ, man. Have some self-awareness, please. What else? What else do I got on these fucking tabs? What else are in my tabs here? I don't even fucking remember. Oh yeah, I have the Hurtful Onions video. I have the Hurtful Onions video here. I cannot fathom the levels of petty. I love the Onions Man. Onions Man is wonderful. Is it true that Obama got rid of a bill about these journalists can't spread propaganda? I can't remember exactly when it happened, but yes, there was a bill that basically made it fine to post more propagandistic things. You knew it, Elon brought back the founding fathers and made them VTubers. True. Good evening! You have been busy grilling sausages, burgers, and jalapeno poppers. I love burger!
Online for the past few days, I've been seeing an article circulating from Vice called VTubing has an elephant in the room, bigotry, and there's a little update that was added on the 9th that says, since the publication of this article, harassment against me has become particularly egregious on Twitter. An anime-themed tea company told me to kill myself. A right-wing VTuber fan encouraged me to buy rope to hang myself. And this caused
I still cannot believe that is a real sentence. Like, every time I hear it, it's just like, what the fuck? What? Why is that a real sentence that I have to deal with? Oh god. Akasupa in DMs. Oh yeah. Rave Master J, thank you. Thank you for the $100 doodles. Please, Jim, cover Anna Valenz. It'll be like the good old days of Gamergate. Oh, I would love to see that. I would love to see fucking Dear Daddy Jimbo put out a stream and talk about all this shit. Life would truly be a circle at this point.
things to spring to mind. Firstly, that's pretty mild. On the scale of what people can do to you online, that kind of attack is very easy to counter. Simply don't do it, idiot. And secondly...
True.
I'm really not surprised, and my lack of surprise has nothing to do with the author's recent skirmish against Kirsche Verstahl.
That's me!
Full disclosure, I use a voice clip of as a sub-alert on Twitch.
He does.
No, the reason I will never be surprised that this person is receiving hatred is because the author in question is an individual who goes by Anna Valence. And I recognized that name immediately, because Anna is one of the most vile creatures to ever write about video games. Are any of you guys familiar with the classic British comedy show, Brass Eye? Way back in 2001, the Pedo-geddon special was published, mocking news sensationalism and over-the-top hysteria about child safety. One of the bits in that episode was about a man who had hooked up a sex toy to a children's game, such that when a small dog is played with, he receives sexual pleasure.
This man has plugged his groin into his computer to get sexual pleasure from the actions of a child playing with Pantu.
So every time you kids tickle Panto, the paedophile gets his rocks off.
This was meant to be ridiculous and absurd, pointing to the way news media terrifies parents with outlandish coverage. But a couple decades after this episode aired, Anna Valence made it real. Do you remember Fall Guys? It's unlikely, but maybe you even still play it. I played a lot of it when it first came out, and all the while, as I streamed it, I was always hyper aware that this is a game clearly meant to appeal to children. Obviously, many adults, such as myself, played it, but a common gag would be, yeah, good job, you beat a bunch of preschoolers. Or if I lost, I'd be mocked for being destroyed by 5-year-olds. I tried to go for that 10 win streak achievement, but never got it, and my cope was, hey, I don't stand a chance. Most of the people who play it are kids who have nothing better to do all day, so of course they're better.
True and real.
There is no escaping or ignoring the child-friendly juvenile presentation. Still, I didn't let that stop me from playing and having a good wholesome time. But Anna
Get beat by children, Onions Man.
Valens went a step further. Anna wrote an article for Daily Dot that is apparently no longer available except as an archive. The article in question was called "What Playing Fall Guys with a Sex Toy Means for Sex, Tech, and Consent in Games. Play is an erotic experience, and I'm having a blast."
Ew.
In this article, Valens recounts hooking a vibrator up to the game, such that it would pleasure them when other players interacted with their character. Brass Eye's Peter-Geddon episode wasn't meant to be a set of suggestions, but apparently Anna didn't get that memo. In the interest of fairness, I will highlight that ethical concerns were raised in the article, though this section was severely lacking. Valens wrote, "There are, to be clear, an enormous number of ethical issues around inserting sex toys into your multiplayer games. During the stream, I didn't really think much about why I wanted to keep colliding against other contestants or grabbing them, let alone being grabbed. Then it dawned on me that I was engaging other players in an interaction that they hadn't actually been fully informed about. That's the in-game equivalent of hugging as many people as possible so you can feel your butt plug wiggle inside of you, which is not a great thing to do in public."
I really hate that I had to hear that sentence in his voice. I like, his voice is so soothing, and then to hear something like that, it's just like, oh, why? I feel great. Kirsche, where's our compensation for this? And it's insane to me, right? Because, like, there's always the jokes about, like, the e-daddies and their Discord kittens, like, using toys while they play games together, right? And if Anna had just used, like, a regular toy, I don't think anyone would have had any sort of, like, visceral response to it, right? They would be like, oh, that's kind of weird, because, like, you're posting about it online still, but, like, whatever. But it's the fact that they hooked it up to a game and chose a game that is mostly populated by minors. Why would you do that?
Sparked a much larger question about whether Fall Guys is even an appropriate game to play with a sex toy at all. While I'm inclined to think passively playing the game with an Internet of Things sex toy isn't necessarily a problem, just as playing Overwatch with a dildo isn't.
The difference with playing Overwatch with a dildo, kind of like the point that I just made, is you're not involving the other people in the game. They're not unwittingly participating in your fetish.
Actively grabbing players and bumping into them is a huge no-go. Use the tech responsibly. So it's all cool so long as a child just incidentally triggers your vibrator. Forget ethics. For me, that near-guaranteed scenario in a game like Fall Guys, where its extreme appeal to a very young audience is absolutely unavoidable in every moment of play, is more than a bit of a turn-off. And if you can't intuit this issue, which is never raised once in the entire article, then you have pieces missing. Something is horribly, horribly wrong with you. And no apology or recognition of ethical issues surrounding consent can hide again that which you've revealed of yourself.
True
I would
and
also
real.
like to call into question the sincerity of the ethical concerns raised, as at the start of this article, the author promotes a video of them playing Fall Guys like this on their channel on a porn website. And though the video has now been removed, we can see in an archive that the video was 17 minutes long and was viewed thousands of times. With
So how are they even trying to defend themselves in current year when they even uploaded it on a porn website for other people to watch? Did you know you can play Fall Guys with a sex toy using buttplug.io's interface game haptics router? You can send your controller's rumble support to your IoT sex toy of choice instead. In my case, that was the Wii Vibe Wish, and it felt very good. Here's a brief overview of how the initial playthrough went about. The full, refined version will be live on my MV and OnlyFans later this week. Both you talking about the plug wiggling inside of you in the article and the fact that you uploaded this to a sex website and talked about putting it on your OnlyFans doesn't make it sound like your revisionist history when you claim it was only on your chest.
its description promising a full refined version on OnlyFans later. Yeah, you really thought what you were doing was totally wrong, didn't you? Let me quickly show you a picture of Anna from that article and ask you a question. What do you think backlash for this was blamed on? I'll give you a moment to think. 3, 2,
transphobia.
1. Zinnia Jones at the time wrote, I don't give an F if someone wired up their vibrating butt plug to a video game. Y'all are just primed to see literally anything that trans women do as sexually predatory. Anna quote,
That is quite literally what Anna just said when I read their own fan fiction that they posted online publicly. You can't just keep using transphobia as a shield for everything. No one gives a fuck that you're trans, dude. In my opinion, based on everything I've read, based on how much porn you put out here, but based on absolutely everything that you have said, Anna, it's surprising that you're continuing to use your identity, as a shield. It's surprising. It's insane to me that people still allow you to use an identity as a shield. And even other trans people, even trans people called you out in 2020 when you dropped this disgusting Fall Guys shit. This isn't defensible. Absolutely.
tweeted this and said, remember the Fall Guys controversy where I played Fall Guys with an external vibe and how mad everyone got? I just came across a cis girl recording herself having sex while playing Fall Guys. Her screen is in the recording and penetrative sex affects how she moves. No outrage. None. If you...
That's... Penetrative sex affects how she moves. So the guy putting his penis inside of her affects how she moves in the game? How does that even work? I want to know how they did that. But also, that's not involving the people in the game. That is two consenting adults, an adult man putting his penis in an adult woman's vagina, affecting how that adult woman is playing the game. The people in the game with that woman are not participating. They're not being used to pleasure that woman. They have no effect on what is going on. Probably just holding the controller and he steers with his hips. I mean, maybe. That's a good point, too. That's the only point. Like, yeah, sure. That's the point I was making with the dildo earlier. The connection is backwards in that case. Real sex over game control is not the same as multiplayer game sex acts. I don't know what you're trying to say. You are become a Borsalino Kizaru, eater of the glint, know me? Because you're glowing? I don't know what that means. Just gonna be distracted and not play well. Yeah, right? How many fucking men with their Discord kittens have probably done some shit like that playing League of Legends? How many supports were getting railed while they were trying to, like, fucking do shit for their AD carry? Yeah, now, come on, dude. Most likely, the movement being affected is literally just her not being steady on her feet, making her hand jerk uncontrollably. I mean, maybe, dude. Like, maybe that's what Anna should do. Instead of hooking up their vibrator to a children's game and having children interact with them. Probably, right? Potential children, let's say it that way. Having potential children interact with them to set off a vibrator. Why don't they just get someone to fuck them while they're playing the game? I was like, just do that. Just do that. I'm sorry, what? Ryan, thank you for the 5. You got a flash of PTSD every time I say Anna because it's a nickname one of the streamers you watch gave you, so you're just like, it wasn't me! Ryan, why is your nickname Anna? A napalm boner fart, thank you for the 15-month mama. Easiest way you've learned to word this is as follows. They're receiving sexual stimulation from non-consenting interactions from minors. Well, you can't say they're all minors, right? Like, it's a children's game. There's probably mostly minors playing it, but there's also probably some adults. So you can't definitively say that it's, yes, all children procking that vibrator, right? It's like, assumedly, there are probably some children setting that off, which is why I'm sure Anna wrote about the ethical quandary in the original article. Because it's like, you can't ignore that is a thing. That's fair, of course. Potentially minors, right? You gotta be careful how you word things. Ryan, thank you too, because your Twitch name isn't Ryan. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It is still non-consensual. Hard agree. It is still non-consensual. And I think even choosing a game that would have a high amount of minors playing it, or a game that's just made for children in general that would have minors playing it, and hooking up a sex toy to it is just like, what the fuck are you doing? What the like, even if it was something like League of Legends, where there's probably like way less minors playing it than Fall Guys, there are probably still some. So it's like, why would you do that? Don't do that. That's weird. What really sucks is that when you hear Anna, you think of Anna Kasparian, who's finally starting to wake up from being a tard, but she's an actual woman. Hold on, I had to try to think who she was. Yeah, I remember. And it's like, I guess since they're finally ousting her from the left because her opinions deviate slightly from the programming, she might be waking up, but like, I don't know how much I trust. I don't know how much I trust, right? All of my fucking teammates are children. Source all chat. Waking up due to being attacked in Los Angeles. Yeah, the Young Turks lady.
Your guess was transphobia, you get no points because it was obvious.
Fuck you, I want my
tell
points!
Anna to commit suicide, because I don't think encouragement is necessary if self-awareness is ever developed. But I will provide another piece of advice. You, my friend, should not be getting involved in any internet fight over appropriate behavior.
True.
You should have crawled into a hole and never shown your face again.
True.
Praying that someday your name will be forgotten, instead of, as you're doing now, trying to play some sort of reputation game. Is this the kind of person you want to work with? A content creator who sends journalists transphobic death threats? Oh my, a journalist. What are some articles you've written?
That's a good point. We've read some of those articles. Oh my god. A fucking King Cobra jump scare. Jesus Christ, I was not prepared. I was not prepared, man. But it's like, yeah, like I've said every time we've read this stuff, I don't want Anna to be getting death threats, and I think it's bad that people send death threats. But to try and equate those threats to me when I've done nothing but say, don't do that, is insanity. Link to that man's channel? Absolutely. I will link the Onions vid. I think Stray Wolf already linked it, but I will link it again. There's Mr. Onions Man. Onions Man is good people. Yeah, Cobra's got a new cooking video? Oh my god. Oh my god, I love that fucking weird-ass cooking shit. I love it, man. And speaking of, what are some of those articles you've written, Anna? I took the liberty to pulling one of those up. You know, since Mr. Onions didn't, I decided to pull one of them up. This is from the Daily Dot. What is vor porn and why do people love it? Vor porn comes in all shapes and sizes, from popular anime characters eating each other to enormous, ferocious dragons gobbling up villagers. For too long, internet denizens, read a people on Twitter, have looked down at vor as a strange testament to human sexuality. But vor isn't strange. It's just a complicated fantasy. One enjoyed by its participants for both sexual and non-sexual reasons. If you've ever wondered what vor is, wanted to know more about its appeal, or take a peek at Giantess Vor Porn online, read on for our guide to the internet's hungriest fetish community. The following article contains sexually explicit material. And I've actually retweeted an image that was like not pornographic, but included vor. And I didn't even notice because I was like, oh, that's a cute image of me. And then someone was like, Kirsche, what are you doing with that man? And I was like, what do they mean by this? And so I took a closer look at that picture. And I was like, oh, fuck. I'm literally about to eat a man. What the fuck is this? Literally no one wants to know about vor. Cut! Yeah, you know, I just see cute art and I'm like, hey, let's retweet that. And sometimes there's secret things hidden in there, I guess. Do you wish to know more? Remember, folks, this is a guy who wrote this and tried to cancel the Foxu. Yeah, this is the person trying to crusade against me and ruin my life. You know, what a person. Vor is short for vorophilia. Psychologist Mark Griffiths defines it as a sexual desire that causes arousal by this idea of being eating another person, and or observing this process for sexual gratification. While most media coverage on vor centers around straight cis men, vor is immensely popular across genders and sexualities, including queer women and non-binary folks. Most vor fantasies involve a person or creature orally consuming another, or a predator voring their prey. Sometimes the predator and prey are the same size, which is called same-size vor. Other times the predator is colossal and their meal comfortably fits into their mouth, better known as macro vor. While anal vor is one of the most common forms of consumption, several other categories exist, including anal vor, which you just mentioned, so I don't know why it's mentioned again, vor in which the predator consumes their prey by using their anus, breast vor, a type of vor where the predator's breasts, usually their nipples, absorb their prey, cock vor, vor in which the predator's cock consumes or absorbs a prey, and unbirth, a form of vor where prey is enveloped within a vagina. This may involve prey being transferred to the predator's womb. Why is Nux Taku here? What's happening? I'm trying to eat, Kirsche. I mean, so are they. It's kind of on topic, guy. Vor has its roots in BDSM power exchanges, more specifically dominance and submission, play, as well as sadism and masochism fetishism. The predator-prey binary transfers neatly over to dom-sub roles, although the predator may not always be the dominant in vor scenes. Vor's appeal varies from kinkster to kinkster. Some enjoy pre-vor, or the lead-up to vor, in which a predator teases their prey. Some fetishists love mouth play the most, while others prefer the internal experience of being consumed, sliding down a predator's throat and reaching their cavernous belly. Additional fetishes, such as belly expansion, feederism, a fetish for consuming large quantities of food, and, in some cases, scat play, may be thrown into the mix. That's interesting that they brought up scat play when they've already displayed that they have a desire to be a little who wears diapers in siscon fantasies. That's interesting that they would bring up that one specifically, in my opinion. I'm also kind of wondering, why haven't they crossed the Rubicon, right? Like, if they're already making cis girl breeding facilities where they beat that pussy up like macaroni in a pot, like, when you change out the girl because her pussy's too beaten to be reused, why didn't you just eat her afterwards? Can you only eat a non-beaten pussy? I don't really know what the rules are here. Can you help me figure out where the rules are in these different fetishes? Because this is like new territory for me. I've watched the Weatherman talk about some fetishes on DeviantArt and whatnot, but this is a bit out of my wheelhouse. All right, and please don't give them ideas. Vor porn is best separated into two categories: soft vor and hard vor. Soft vor includes vor fantasies without blood, gore, and dismemberment. These scenarios depict predators swallowing or absorbing their prey whole without causing harm, thereby keeping their prey alive. While prey may be digested or absorbed by a predator in soft vor, graphic detail is omitted. The vast majority of vor porn is soft vor. So see, now I'm a little confused, right? I'm a little confused. So the difference between a vor and a cannibalism fetish, would this be that in a vor fetish you just directly consume the human raw without cooking it, but if you have a cannibalism fetish, you're gonna dress up the human like it's an animal, right? Like those pretty princess hentai where they like rip out their tongue and they rip out their teeth and then they mutilate their arms and legs and turn them into like a little meat nugget that they hang on hooks, and then they cook them like they're a pig, and then they serve them at like some kind of fancy dinner, right? Like, which one is better for you, actually? Would you prefer the person to be cooked first, or do you prefer it raw? I need to know which direction we're going in here, Okay, all right. And like, which one would be considered more violent and gory? Would it be when you consume the human raw or when you cook them? Because like both seem like they're pretty violent, but like, you know, I like to be accurate when I talk about these things. Why is this a conversation that is happening?
You know why.
Hard vor is much more graphic and involves prey that bleed, are dismembered, or killed, or otherwise experience grave harm from a predator. Kinda like in the breeding facilities. These fantasies may feature intense violence, but not always. And some hard vor gore is somewhat tame. A good example of hard vor is A Harmless Bite, a queer visual novel by Pellamort. Soft vor and hard vor aren't strict binaries. I don't think I can go down any farther. What the fuck is that? And some porn may skirt the line between the two. For example, artist Carbo shows stomach acid and digestion in his Giantess vor illustrations. But he refrains from depicting blood and dismemberment. What the fuck is this image? I'm going to describe this image to you, chat. This image looks like an overweight lizard person that may or may not have breasts, has an enormous cock larger than a human, and below that cock are giant balls that look to be larger than the lizard thing's body. And inside of those balls is a naked woman. Oh, and the naked woman is also masturbating inside the balls. This is... Who would have thought that someone trying to commit life ruination and lying about me and slandering me online would lead to me describing this kind of image? What the fuck is my life? What the fuck is happening? Vor isn't rooted in sexual cannibalism. Oh, okay, so they are getting into the sexual cannibalism I asked about. Okay, all right. Let me make sure the fucking ball lady is off the screen. All right, we don't want to show anything. We don't want to show anything bad here, chat. Vor isn't rooted in sexual cannibalism, nor should it be confused with a literal physical desire to eat another person. Rather, vor is about power and control. It's interesting that if we look at all the different fetishes that Anna is into, where we have the daddy dom little girl dynamic, which is rooted in power and control, vor, which they claim is rooted in power and control, the cis women rape breeding facilities, which is rooted in power and control, saying that at one point they would like to walk down the street and just be able to use any cis woman that they want and nobody will think anything of it. That is rooted in power and control. And what they're doing with me, a woman, is using a large platform to exert power and control over trying to ruin my life. That's very interesting. I wonder if they're getting off on this. I wonder if while running around social media and crying about how they're the real victim, they're actually just sitting around their house, jerking off, having a good old time, wanting to see me suffer. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Just as a giantess fan's morals would kick in if she actually turned into a giantess, vor fans have no interest in eating or being eaten by another person in real life. Just like its sister fetish, macrophilia, people without the fetish have a hard time understanding vor's appeal. Case in point, one parent asked Slate's sex advice columnist Rich Juzwiak for guidance on their teen's soft vor fetish. Help. In response, Juzwiak argues there's nothing wrong with liking vor, instead suggesting people may be predisposed to fetishes. All right, so the Slate sex advice column that they're talking about, chat, is the one that I read on stream all the time, called How to Do It. And every time I read something on how to do it, my main complaint is, wow, this could just be fixed if these people would fucking communicate. Second, if you have a teenager into vor, they've escalated a little fucking far. A healthy teenager will not have this kind of a fetish. This teenager has been exposed to things because this parent is probably not monitoring their online activity as much as they should be. You should not be thinking about vor as a teenager. That is insanity. God, yes, that's true everywhere. The world would be much better if people just communicated true and real. This example is about a 12-year-old. I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Do you have the Slate link? Is that how you know that? Archive. Thank you for the archive link, KB. Slate, how to do it. How do I talk to my 12-year-old about his very specific fetish? Why, Anna, why the fuck are you using an example of a 12-year-old having a vor fetish in your article? Anna, please, like, you can't. Why are you doing this? What is wrong with you? What is actually wrong with you at this point? I am at a loss for fucking words. People without the fetish have a hard time understanding vor's appeal. And the example you decided to use is a parent asking for advice about their fucking 12-year-old. Oh, if I speak, it will be bad. So I will choose to not speak. People don't seem to find an image and get fixated on it, Toronto Sexuality Center director James M. Cantor explained. According to Slate, rather, it's when we happen to run into an image that matches or closely matches whatever internal template we already have that we experience something profound. As someone who's had to deal with a lot of shit from growing up with my mother, as someone who was exposed to pornography on the internet way fucking sooner than I ever should have been, as someone who unfortunately Kim Possible and Shigo porn, probably around the same age as this 12-year-old they're talking about doing vor stuff, I don't have a Fuda fetish. In fact, I am viscerally repulsed by Fuda. And this sexuality director is saying, when we happen to run into an image that matches or closely matches whatever internal template we already have, we experience something profound. Now, I consider myself lucky, right? Because there are a lot of children, case in point, this 12-year-old with the vor fetish, apparently, who get exposed to pornography early, and they suffer for it. They suffer mentally. They start having these extreme sort of fantasies that they shouldn't have at this point in time. And so I consider myself lucky that I was exposed to that kind of stuff and didn't start doing crazy shit because of it. When you get old gamers, I can't believe KB found that article so fast, and I can't believe it's about a 12-year-old. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't, fuck, man. Pour one out for all the poor people who got their first taste of testosterone in the middle of an episode of Ben 10 or Teen Titans, and now they have to draw porn in the show's art style. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Anonymous, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member. That's what comes up if you click on the Rich Juzwiak link. Oh boy. Is it? Oh, it is. He's had an interest in stuff like this since he was around 7 or so, when he saw a scene in a movie where a lingerie-clad alien played by Lara Flynn Boyle swallows a man whole. He said he liked the snake lady scene, and we talked about how images on a screen aren't real but can inspire real feelings in us. And it's important to be aware of what's real and what's not. We figured it was a passing interest and nothing would necessarily come of it. We decided to take the movie out of rotation and revisit it when he was older. As it turns out, like many formative, sexually charged situations, it's never really left his mind. My question, or quandary, is this. If he were simply looking at run-of-the-mill sexy images, I'd be well set up to deal with it. We've laid the groundwork there. But navigating a fairly specific kink is tricky, and honestly, weird for me. I don't really want to know my preteen son's porn preferences. How do I talk about responsible consumption of media with this additional twist? So the parent was watching R-rated shit with their kid. I don't know if the movie's an R-rated movie. I don't know what lingerie-clad alien or who Lara Flynn Boyle are. I don't know what this is. But no more internet until they're 21. It's PG-13. I mean, he's about at that age range. You know, if he was 12 and a half, PG-13's basically fine, right? Failed as a parent and as a human being. That's fucking weird, man. Laid the groundwork for a 12-year-old. I don't know, man. That's kind of fucking weird. He was 7 at the, oh, that's true. They did say he was 7 at the time. He was 7 at the time, and they did show him a PG-13 movie. Okay. Maybe they should have held off on a few years. The movie is called Space Force. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm yawning, chat. I haven't gotten much sleep recently. My sleep has been like absolutely fucking destroyed, brother. Encourage him not to discuss such matters publicly and to get some parental controls on the internet. I'm trying to think of like how I would handle a situation like that, because it's like you don't want to encourage that in a child, because that's not normal. But like how do you do that? Never before have you felt so strongly that movie ratings were valid. Sorry you've been having to deal with all this bullshit. You really hope I get some eep on or after stream today? I hope I can too. I hope I can get some good eep. I don't really want to read the rest of this article. I am upset. I am upset at that. Every day you lose more hope for the future of humanity hearing shit like this. Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel. Oh my god. Alright. Okay. You now begin to understand that Slaneshi cultists exist. I'm checking my email again. I'm checking it. She'll have nothing from my editor. Man! I didn't want to have to delay another day, man, but we might have to. We might have to. You're already furious that it is with your personal life going to shit? Oh, fucking relatable. I guess this is my personal life, technically. A palette cleanser? Yeah, we need some kind of a palette cleanser, man. We need something like cute and fluffy. We need something like nice to read. What type of cursed article was that, bruh? Salka Alpaca, thank you for the 10. You finally reached your limit. I can make fun of some like grotesque things, especially when it's in the interest of like pointing out how deranged the people trying to ruin my life are. But yeah, even I have a limit. Even I have a limit of things where it's like, I don't want to look at that, man. Put on Happy Tree Friends. Where the cats when you need them? Help. Oh, they're sleeping on the cat tower, it looks like. Cute and fluffy. Cute and fluffy.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, the Gwynny Pwigoos. Look at them. They are cute.
I'm gonna put my background music on and maybe we won't get DMCA'd.
Look at the guinea pig.
That is a good palate cleanser.
MVP. Munya.
Play the slave song. I've had my alerts off this whole time. I don't know if I turn them back on, if they will just like all start playing at the same time. Let's see. Okay.
Thank you, Fox Lady. Thank you for the guinea pig. Thank you.
The song, you have one of the top scores on this for Beat Saber? Oh boy. Fillion made that a video and song a nightmare for you? Wait, why?
Wait, why?
Is there anything cute on the side here? Ugly Ducking? Bohemian Rhapsody by the Muppets? No, we don't have anything cute on the side here. You've had macaroni in a pot stuck in your head for days. I can't hear that song without thinking of Ben Shapiro. That's like the only thing I think of, man. She was playing it on loop for like 20 minutes, but that's cute!
Added both the spineless devs and their useless publisher 505 to Steam's ignore list. Keep up the good work, hashtag I stand with Foxu.
Thank you!
Welcome, Raiders. 96, thank you for the raid.
Welcome, Raiders, Mr. 96.
Thank you. Aussie ODST, thank you for the 5. Proud of you for not cowering to the gross buggers. There's too many journos in the world and not enough journalists to keep up everything you do. Yeah. I was really hoping my editor would finish today, but it might have to drop when I am not streaming, because there's no, if I can get it finished, there's no way I'm gonna wait till Friday, man. No way I'm gonna wait till Friday. Adam Wofford, thank you for the 10. You point out to the kid how gross it is, and it's nasty and reinforced. There are differences in between fantasy and reality. You had to do that with your daughter after getting full custody. Yeah, like there's... Nobody wants to, like, shame their child, but when their child somehow has been exposed to something that puts them on this, like, deviant track, you have to give some kind of reinforcement of, like, this is not a normal thing, and this is something that is bad in general. Catman, thank you for the 10. Go play the Orange on Capybara video. Thanks for being awesome.
Wasn't it a Clementine on the Capybara? Am I crazy?
Father gaining full custody. Holy shit, a miracle. You know when a father says he got full custody from the court, something absolutely insane and tragic must have happened. Unfortunately. Raider Lucky, you have PTSD now because the article the Foxwoman read. The scars on your mind will never heal. It's okay, we're adults, we can handle it. Promise you that can also backfire. Ask you how you know. Yeah, like you... That's why I said, like, I wouldn't know how to handle it, right? Because if you push too hard and you shame them too hard, that could get their, like, brain to double down on it and create some sort of, like, this is taboo, therefore it makes it better. You don't want to do that. But it's like, it's not healthy for children to be fantasizing about vor. That is insanity.
Bill Double, thank you again for those 10,000 dicks.
I remember thanking you for those 10,000 dicks earlier. So it is replaying like every single alert. So I'm gonna keep those off. I'm gonna turn those back off. You got full custody because you could afford a good lawyer. So you know, sometimes it is all about the money, unfortunately. Unfortunately. Let's see here.
Munya.
Oh, that's funny. Push too hard and they end up like, yeah, you know. Honestly, what you see as a kid might affect what they like. Yeah, and I think that's why people have to actually act as parents, right? Like, you have to actually parent your child and not just sit them in front of an iPad and hope that does it. You have a Waka Magic the Gathering card? Why are you typing about that? Ever watched Moral Oral? It almost got cancelled by Adult Swim because of how dark season 2 went, and so they had to rush the ending with a Christmas special. I've only ever seen Moral Oral when I'm like going to bed, right? I actually never really liked that show. Like, I don't have any, like, weird reaction to it. It just seemed, like, really boring and just, to me. Adam Wofford, thank you for the 2. Your daughter, when she was 5, had tattoos and dirty. I can't tell if you're saying, like, the woman you won custody from had tattoos and was dirty, or that woman gave your daughter tattoos. I can't tell by the context of that tweet, but I really hope that that woman did not give a 5-year-old tattoos. Imagine when Gen Alpha is going to be after growing up unsupervised, watching Elsa Spider-Man videos and whatever the hell else AI-generated cat abuse videos there are now. Implying tweet? What do you mean by this? First 2 seasons were kind of ass, but season 3 out of nowhere got very dark, but very good. I wouldn't know. You have to go. Have a good evening, my dude. I saw Pretty Lady do weird horror, and because you're a retard, didn't look for Pretty Lady, but instead looked for weird horror. Huh. I called that YouTube super chat a tweet, did I? Man, I am so fucking tired, dude. I'm so sleepy. The Elsa Gate rabbit hole. Have I seen the classic show My Brother in Christ from the 90s? I have not. I have not. I have not seen that. Let me pull up, I want like a fucking, can I find like a cat stream or some shit? So we can have like nice fluffy creatures playing in the background here.
EP Foxu, I am EP. I'm EP.
Alright, I found live cat cam.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that's nice. Look at those cats. Look at those EP cats. Look at them.
Let me find my other browser. Let me find my other browser, man.
Munya.
Catman, how astute. Catman, thank you for the 10. Go play the orange. I read that already, though. I am so brain damaged. How about Puppy St. Bernards for cuteness? There's otters live on Twitch. Otters might be more splashy than cats, because this is kind of like a still frame. We'll see if the cats move at all. We'll see if they move at all. Just don't accidentally put on a special needs cat cam like a certain bunny did a while ago. What does that mean? Adam Wofford, thank you for the 5. Your daughter, when she was 5, some dirtbag put a 7-point star on her back, and she couldn't read, and her hair was so dirty it was brown instead of blonde. I don't know how you didn't turn into a giant ball of rage, but good on you for keeping your composure so that you could get full custody of your daughter. Holy fuck, dude. Holy fuck, that is terrible. I am incredibly sorry that happened to you, dude. Wisconsin judge assisted the illegal alien to escape has been indicted by a grand jury. Hey, yo, what? Hey, yo, what?
Doopy 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 doopy.
Is this like a new thing? Because the only stuff I can find is from like 2 weeks ago. The only thing I can see is from 2 weeks ago. Binary Ghost, thank you for the 10. I've seen some messed up stuff on the internet as a kid. Dial-up days. These things have been around for a long time. And all that did to you, ultimately, is that you want a monster girl to cuddle.
I got a fluffy ear.
You think End Wokeness has it?
Do 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 do.
This is like breaking news. Where's Cat P? Where's the Cat P? Oh, that's fucking funny. Oh, that's fucking funny. There's no video here, but there is images. End Wokeness says, breaking, Wisconsin judge Hannah Dugan indicted by a grand jury for helping an illegal alien, or an illegal escape ICE. And those, this looks like a fucking meme. Is this actually what her desk looks like? Because this is like, I would put a picture of my character here, right? Like, I would put a picture of myself, and then I would just put, like, random shit around it. This looks like a fucking meme. Why is there a face mask on the statue? Why is there a face mask on the statue, man? What is happening? And then, an image of here in cuffs, actually finally indicted, it seems like. DRT is king, thank you for the 10. You would unironically drink the Cinder AFK with melatonin 8 hours before you went to bed, wake up. The normal AFK before you go to bed. Very good sleep. It helped you go to sleep and did very good sleep. You sound like you need some sleep. I need some sleep. Mr. Jumbles, thank you for the 2. Save a Fox livestream.
Baby Foxes. Hey, Baby Foxes.
Even Trump was here. This one looks edited.
This one photoshopped.
Why did they fucking put their name on a meme, dude? Who watermarks their memes? What is this? A meme is like a work of art. You should be happy that it spreads far and wide. You haven't been sleeping very well lately? Fucking relatable. The people who think you can steal memes? Oh my god. That has to be a boomer. Probably. Probably. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, though. We got an indictment. We got fucking indictment. Maybe don't help illegals. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. What else is going on here? Don Lemon and Guest are panicking about 59 white refugees who might replace our black farmers.
About
what? Why would the refugees replace the black farmers specifically?
The white Afrikaners who were allowed into the country, and what that means for the black folks and the black farmers, what's going to end up, and the black farmers who've lost so much land over the decades here in the United States.
Why did they lose land?
Because of the racist policies. What does this do? What does this mean? When you see this, what do you think?
Well, Don, this is a slap in the face to America's black farmers right now. Here you have the President of the United States flying in white farmers.
About the white Afrikaners.
I wish that wasn't cut off. I wish there was more there, because I would have liked to keep watching that. Because what is happening? I'm so confused. The illegal, no, replace them? Well, because BlackRock and Bill Gates are buying farmland, and also China? Funny how all it took was 59 people to get the refugee system to commit seppuku. We should have done this years ago. It's like there are some people who have like legitimate refugee claims. Like I've talked about Cuba before. Like Cubans had like a legitimate refugee claim because of the dictatorship they lived under. And Obama was the one who ended the wet foot, dry foot policy, unfortunately. Whites being slaughtered in South Africa, black Americans most affected. I don't know what the fuck is happening, man. A fucking cowboy, fucking cowgirl, leave the $4.99. Should check out Brother in Christ. It got canceled in 2001 when Bush gave the director Joseph Conrad some colorful messages.
What?
Cuba is still a dictatorship. I mean, you're true and correct. It is still a dictatorship, but we used to have a refugee program for Cubans. Cubans and Afrikaner refugees are legit refugees. There's a few others. Yeah. Picture looked like a group of actual families as opposed to military-aged males. True. TLDR, South Africa white farmers are being persecuted and killed, so a lot of them are granted refuge in the U.S., and they'll do farming in the U.S. as well. I talked about one of those policies briefly. I even pulled up a South African YouTuber because he had a video on the situation, and obviously I am not South African. I used to watch a fuck ton of South African Parliament because that shit was really fucking fun. But apparently, through documents that have been put out from the government and also from that South African YouTuber, they're starting to put like racial quotas on water consumption for farmers specifically, which is really strange to me. fun fact, Don Lemon's niece rear-ended your car 2 years ago in a stolen car, and she tried to claim that Don had bought it for her. What? Yeah, that was happening for a while in South Africa. Yeah, I remember when Russia had granted refugee status to Boers. Patterns. They're trying to get people to come back to South Africa. I thought that was just in Zimbabwe. Error 404, thank you for the 5. The problem is that those refugees don't vote correctly. True. True and real. You had anthropology professors in college who advocated for stripping farmland from white U.S. farmers to give to black refugees. Why? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. He's getting it confused. It's Zim. I don't know what that means. South Africa is gonna learn a lesson when they run out of food and people start to starve. I mean, we've seen it happen again. Like, you are unfortunately correct. The food supply could collapse, I guess. Yeah, but why would you want that? Why would you want that? All you know is that friend Spoonman moved to South Africa. I think it's the opposite, unless he's moved back recently. Because he lived in the UK, did he not? United States and Russia are the only ones to recognize that the Boers are refugees. The EU SSR, and especially Germany, deny refugee status because of their skin color. Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't have a source on that. Rethuglican, thank you for the 2. They just literally hate white people. He moved back. Oh, I didn't know he moved back. Okay, alright. Okay, alright. You saw they drove people away, and now they have lack of food problems, so they don't want, so they want them to come back and farm. I haven't seen that. But I mean, again, I don't live in South Africa, so it's not like I'm super keeping close up on the things happening. Why? Why what? They're acting like we're going to give 20 acres to the 59 people. Zenik, thank you for the 70 czar. Yeah, the South African government is losing its shit right now, putting out a statement saying that the refugees are fleeing from justice, equality, and accountability for historical privilege. There's no way. How would I find this? I don't know if you might have a link you can give to my mod, Zenik. Because obviously the AI overview is saying that that claim is inaccurate, which is why I'm trying to find an article or something. Because if the government's saying it, there's got to be like a clip, there's got to be like a somewhere that has been written if it's coming from the government. Masks are slipping so hard. Hundreds, if not thousands, of farmers have been murdered in the last couple of years in South Africa simply because they were white. Yeah, no, I've talked about that multiple times. It's because they gave the land to people who don't know how to farm. Yeah, I feel like it shouldn't matter, right, what your skin color is if you know how to farm, but like giving farmland to someone who doesn't know how to use it, like, I don't know how you expect to be successful in that regard. Can we post links? I mean, if you post a link, it'll get killed by the bot, but I can still see it. I can still see the link. Shouldn't they be happy that the Boers are leaving? You would think so. You would think they should be happy about it. Okay, so there's something here. Something here. I see the link. I see the link. Thank you. Thank you, swindler. This is what was used as a source. Not sure how trustworthy it is. This is a different link than the one that I was sent. You just looked at the stream tags. Foreskin denial is crazy. I am a foreskin denialist. You will not circumcise my future children. Okay, so this is... Oh, this is from a 3.1 million follower account. So this might be, like, legit. So this account is ANC Secretary General Fikile Mabalula. Sorry, I'm going to butcher the name. I'm bad at pronunciating. ANC Secretary General, former Minister at Department of Transport, Department of Police, Department of Sport and Recreation, a former ANCYL President and SGI-focused, energetic, efficient.
Raiders, Altius VT, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders! Welcome, Raiders!
So this looks like an official ANC party member. I guess it could be, like, there's a chance it could be a fucking parody account, but it does not look like it is one. Johannesburg, South Africa. They have a link to the ANC official website here. So this looks like it is a legit source. This looks like it is a legit source. Get quick links, Mayday, all this other stuff. So this looks like this is the actual Secretary General. So he put out this and said the African National Congress registers its firm rejection of the United States government's decision to grant refugee status to 49 individuals self-identifying as Afrikaners. Well, that's a little bit of a weird way to put it. What does he mean by self-identifying? Zenik, thank you for the 70 Czar. Hey, sorry, that's the right link. You were in bed. It's legit. Now, don't worry. You don't got to get out of bed for me, buddy. Oh, boy. What a wild thing to read. For immediate release on May 13th, 2025. Oh, that's today. This happened today. African National Congress rejects falsehood of Afrikaner refugees. The African National Congress registers its firm rejection of the United States government's decision to grant refugee status to 49 individuals self-identifying as Afrikaners. Let it be categorically stated, there are no Afrikaner refugees in South Africa. No section of our society is hounded, persecuted, or subject to ethnic victimization. These claims are a fabrication and a cowardly political construct designed to delegitimize our democracy and insult the sacrifices made by generations who fought for freedom.
Bagman! Bagman, thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders!
Welcome, Bagman. Bagman doing the bag things.
Thank you, Bagman. Welcome.
Welcome, welcome. Commies being commies. Yeah, I guess so. To the 49, get out, even if they demand you stay, if you really want to come here. Wait, is the Bagman free? He's finally... Wait, this is the end? His subathon is finally over? He can actually have a normal... No, he's not. Ah, fuck. I've been gaslit by the... We don't appreciate gaslighters here. Don't do that. He has 40 hours. Oh my god. He's never going to escape. He's going to be here forever, man. If we were under a minute and then they put you back to 40 hours, Jesus Christ, sir. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Well, thank you, Bagman. I hope you have a good evening. This year, as we commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, we recall its enduring truth that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. This is further enshrined in our Constitution, which affirms dignity, equality, and non-racialism as the bedrock of our national life. What the instigators of this falsehood seek is not safety, but impunity from transformation. They flee not from persecution, but from justice, equality, and accountability for historic privilege. Don't! Chat, what was that? Was it the Armenian genocide that people typically say never happened? This seems like a really weird thing to say. This seems like a really weird thing to say. Right, and like, I'm sure because I'm reading this and because I've seen video of like people screaming, you know, kill the boer, kill the farmer. I can probably pull that up, but I'm sure the people who are trying to ruin my life are gonna take this out of context and be like, look, this is proof she's believing fake conspiracy theories about South Africa. Turkey still denies the Armenian genocide. It's a very weird thing to do. How dare they grow food? It sounds like persecution to you. This is just a wild thing to read coming from the government. And it's like... why else would the United States grant them refugee status if that wasn't happening? You're an actual person from the ANC, and you know of him as you are a South African. Have you like been to any of like the rallies or anything? Because that would be a really interesting thing to hear about. That would be pretty fucking interesting. The harder they try to strike you down, the stronger you'll become. Africa just lost 50% of the food production? Oh, I wouldn't say that. For MAGA points and to own the libs. There are people who are saying that the only reason Trump decided to give these people refugee status is to own the libs. What the fuck? What the fuck? They're just musical. I don't know what that means. It's not fake, it's just apartheid again against a different race. That's what it sounds like reading it, right? The misuse of refugee protections to shield right-wing anti-transformation elements is a violation of the spirit and letter of international law. Millions around the world face real persecution, and they are the ones deserving of sanctuary, not those offended by a democratic society working to redress past injustice. I hate communist gobbledygook, man. The ANC calls on all South Africans to unite in defense of the truth, constitutionalism, and national sovereignty. Ours is not a broken or failing state, it is a people's democracy advancing against the tides of distortion and destructive divisive narratives. Issued by the African National Congress. Genocidal language, it's not happening, but it's a good thing that it is. I mean, that's pretty much what keeps happening. Race-based policy is inherently unjust. Help us change it. Not every black person is poor. Not every white person is rich. We are all individuals and we must be treated on our own merits. Referendum Party is a single-issue political party established to force a referendum on Cape independence in the Western Cape.
If the laws of your country say that a man who is worth more than R1 billion, who owns more than 30 houses and R100 million holiday home, is disadvantaged and needs to be held up just because he's black, whilst a man who is worth almost nothing, who lives in a tiny shack with his entire family and who wonders where his next meal is going to be coming from, is advantaged and needs to be held down just because he's white, then the law is idiotic and it absolutely has to be changed.
True.
We're all unique individuals and each of us must be treated according to our merits and not according to our race.
True.
Support the Referendum Party's non-racialism bill, which will end all race-based policy and make South Africa a fairer country for us all to live in.
There should not be any kind of race-based policy. If you have race-based policies, it doesn't matter which race it benefits, they're inherently racist. Thought racism was power plus privilege. No. Absolute. That's some commie gobbledygook. That's a good video. Don't drink Walla Walla. I don't know what that is. Malema's kill the bowler chant protected by law. What is this, a newspaper for ants? I can't read that. Pound for pound, apartheid did better than ANC democracy, and that's a fact. Oh my god, what?
Yesterday I was doing the panel show, and I mentioned that apartheid was better than ANC democracy. Note that ANC democracy. And most people who dispute that are people who are not there. And some of the people, they come from the homelands where
I just want to say, every time I hear a South African talk, regardless of like whether it's, you know, a black or white guy, I fucking love the accent, dude. Accent's so fucking nice.
They were oppressed by their own black people. Someone will tell you that they didn't have electricity, but where were you? Because I can tell you, it was not always rosy, but in the townships which were governed by apartheid administrations, things were better than now. Yes, there was segregation.
You like the beard? Yeah, he's hella groomed.
But if you went into a black hospital, you'll find all the necessities. If you went to a black school, you'll find all those things that you needed to find. Let me break it this way. Education. There were schools. Zama Amber, artisan, technical colleges, Abo Vista, designated for black people, but it was there. You go to some of the urban, homelands under apartheid, like Abu Natal, you'll find universities of Fort Hare. You go to Soshanguve, go Strukhelo. There were facilities, infrastructure. That's why in a township you'll find a qualified plumber, a qualified technician, a qualified electrician, somebody who could fix cars with a certificate, and that person did a proper job, trained for free, mahala, boneko. We found those things. Art schools, they were everywhere. Go few Bafunda Center, every township had a hall. Sports stars were produced at auction, tennis players, cyclists, amakarateka, movie stars up to international level, like Abu's Mukai can.
I fucking love Wakaliwood! I love that I have a signed copy of Who Killed Captain Alex. It's one of my prized possessions.
Camp. Abomira Makeba were produced during apartheid. You go to hospitals like Baragwana, General, they produced. There was no shortage of medication. Road infrastructure, they see enjoy today, produced during apartheid. We had our own things, our own humanity, our own churches that we owned, where people are not, robbed, made to kiss snakes. We had our own things, businesses, movie theaters. We had those things. And then people who've never lived under apartheid, they will tell you otherwise. People who lived, oppressed by their Bantustan leaders. So what I'm talking about. I know apartheid. I've been inside an apartheid jail. Apartheid had shot, had fired bullets at me. I know friends who died during apartheid. Schools were proper. Whatever that white people had, we also had our own, even though it was not at par.
Now I'm a little confused. The man is killing us. He's saying that he had friends who were shot at and killed during apartheid. Wait, so where I'm being confused is if he had friends that were shot and killed during apartheid, how would apartheid be better than what's happening right now? Bantu is black. He specifies this because the natives in South Africa are called Khoi and are separate from them. Oh, okay. It's still better than the current government, yeah? Because it faced a communist revolution. It's that bad that it's worse. Okay, so he's making the point that, like, it was bad and people were shot at and lost their lives, but he thinks that it's way worse than that right now. All the infrastructure was in place. As bad as it was, it's worse now. He said schools were good. But yeah, but I'm talking about the shooting thing, right? Like, that's where I got confused. I was like, what is he, like, if people are getting shot and, like, that's bad. They are mad apartheid happened at all, and they're mad that white men didn't roll over and die afterwards. Pipkin Dono on my drugs? What? I don't know what that means, and I also can't parse whatever the fuck you said after that.
I'm a pools, like about Jake, with 3 townships, maybe they are sharing one swimming pool, Olympic size, boxing house, even beer houses, because I need dawa, man. We had those things. We had our own Miss Black South Africa. Everything that white people had, we also had. It was separate development. Today there is none. We had jobs. We had business people. Club. Also for song. Every township, go kids kunene. Every township, there was, a tycoon lakon. People were driving about Jaguar, XJ type, BMW, own coal mines, not coal mines, cold houses, summer warehouses. We had those things, but things are malash. During apartheid. Pochomosono, produced during apartheid, but Alana baby. Umalombo di chap, what case am Dawung. They were there owning our teams. It was tough, but we had those things. Houses. There were people who were buying houses. There were people who were renting. But they will fix your toilet, your windows, everything. 99-year lease. But after 99 years, you own the house. There were limitations. But in whatever spaces that we found ourselves, we were thriving. Yes, there were poor people. And you would be arrested for not working. Like in any society. Now.
What does he mean by arrested for not working? That seems a little weird as well. You think you understand his point? He's saying that things are so much shittier now, even that even under apartheid, they were still better off than they are now. Oh, I have my BGM on still. I'm sorry, chat. Monarchies are like any concentrated power system. They immensely depend on the ruler in question. That makes them dangerous, but not inherently bad. Brock, thank you for the member. Oh my god, after throwing around so much thick schmeats, I remember you, Brock. I remember you. Thank you for membering yourself. Vagrancy is a crime in some U.S. towns. I didn't know that. I didn't know you could be arrested for just being unemployed. That's crazy. TLDR, they were oppressed, but had modern amenities, and now they're still oppressed, but have less. Oh, okay, I see. Is ANC just Bolshevik issues part 2? Well, yeah, I mean, nobody's going to be well under a communist revolution, unironically.
There are poor people everywhere. Everywhere. The only people who are thriving are politicians and Zionist dogs. And then somebody's going to tell me, no, what is he talking about?
I don't know if you could say that.
We had electricity, so Orlando.
I don't know if you could say that.
You know, the rollout maybe was not as fast. But people, the was good was at December. Bodas Mandan. Was a Friday.
Do they have like Nation of Islam in South Africa? He said it anyway. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to say that. Boko Haram. Oh, I forgot about Boko Haram. I haven't heard about them in ages. Every single useful idiot who falls for communism thinks they'll be part of the ruling class, but don't realize they'll just be poor like everyone else. Yeah, unfortunately. Unfortunately. You like black Israelites. No, I was asking about Nation of Islam, because Nation of Islam are the, like, black Islamic people in the U.S. That talk about Zionists, and they have, like, weird little stations on, like, street corners and shit. I'm pretty... Was it Nation of Islam or the black Hebrew Israelites that did that kosher deli shooting? I can't remember. You know, Horn of Africa has some from personal experience. You don't know about it as a whole. South Africa is extremely Christian. Okay, except for the black folk. I wouldn't know. I have no idea what their religious spread is. Boko Haram isn't South Africa. That's in a country whose name you can't type on Twitter. Oh. Yakub, our beloved. Binary Ghost, thank you for the 2. Praise Yakub. Oh my god. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the $100 doodles. Thank you, my guy.
Fucking huge, thank you!
Islam is huge across all of the African continent. It's not just one or two factions. I kind of vaguely knew a little bit about the predominance of both Christianity and Islam, probably around like 2014, 2015. Again, we are never escaping that fucking year. But nowadays, I have no idea. Literally no idea. South Africa during apartheid was a nuclear power and one of the fastest growing African countries. The oppression under apartheid was that black people came into the white cities to work, but they didn't stay. They went back home after finishing work, and they had all their own homes, communities, and houses. It's how they had to when it was less than 50% white and majority black. I don't know what you mean by that last sentence. But, like, why wouldn't they be able to like, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what, like, the dynamics are, right? Like, did they want to live in the city? Did they want to stay in their own communities? Because, like, if they wanted to live in the city, they should have, right? And probably the gold and silver mines weren't nationalized like Mandela said he would. Africa has giraffes and zebras. I do like the silly monominals. Lions and tigers. Only in Kenya. Gekadile, thank you for the 2. NP153 Garlics, thank you for the member. Thank you. Remember when all the globalists cheered on Nelson Mandela when he used to be a part of the ANC? Yeah. It's just like people taking my my goofy fucking names out of, like, people put their name in MOBAs or like multiplayer games as fucking world crazy people all the time. How many times have you seen an Adolf Hitler in a fucking MOBA game, dude? Like, people are trying to say that I was praising Anders Breivik when I was describing him as, like, a nationalist commie killer, which is what he described himself as. Like, he killed children, which is fucked up. Why would you target children? And, like, he became a meme afterwards because his, like, living in prison was, like, better than most people's actual houses. It was crazy. Bro had, like, gaming consoles and internet. Smuggalana, thank you for the fucking raid, lady. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, raiders. To clarify, Nation of Islam is like the Mormons of Islam. Yeah, they are classified as a cult. Nation of Islam is classified as a cult. They are outside of whatever mainstream Islam is. Hello, Alana Raiders. Yeah, if you look up a show called Cults and Extreme Beliefs, they have an episode on a Nation of Islam and on some people who grew up as children with parents who were in Nation of Islam and were able to escape it. It didn't do it. Who didn't do what? This has been a while since you saw me on YouTube. I'm on YouTube right now. I'm on YouTube right now. Fuck Breivik. Yeah, right. I was like, you don't fucking target kids, dude. That shit's fucked up. But, like, he described himself as a nationalist commie killer, and then I use that as, like, a foil to the next sentence, which is, well, if they say that my name is offensive when it's a nationalist commie killer, I'm going to use the name of a radical black supremacist communist group, because that is literally the foil to a nationalist commie killer, right? Like, that is the complete fucking opposite of him. And targeted the kids because they were in a political indoctrination camp. Yeah. Pinot Kirsche rebrand when? I gotta get my helicopter license. Oh, wait, so is no less self-explodey or more? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You can't wait for your Kirsche stuff from Gamer Subs, man. Same. I can't wait till that shit starts shipping out, baby. It's one of the lesser-known cults with militant leanings. Yeah. Yep. What are you replying to? You are a Muslim and you don't know what Nation of Islam is? What the fuck? I mean, I can bring something up really quick. Like, I want to say that Nation of Islam is specifically a United States thing. So I don't know if they operate anywhere else. I don't want to use Southern Poverty Law Center because, you know. Yeah, okay. nationalarchives.gov. That'll be pretty good. Okay, here we go. Browser. The Nation of Islam is an Islamic and black nationalist movement founded in Detroit, Michigan by Wallace D. Fard Muhammad in 1930. His mission was to teach the downtrodden and defenseless black people a thorough knowledge of God and of themselves. Members of the NOI study the Quran, worship Allah as their God, and accept Muhammad as their prophet, while also believing in notions of black nationalism. In 1934, Elijah Muhammad succeeded Fard, and the NOI began to gain popularity among African Americans during the 1950s and the 1960s. With its message of racial independence, establishing mosques in urban areas, and converting incarcerated black men to the religion. Records held at the National Archives related to the Nation of Islam are mostly federal investigations on their black nationalist activity across the country. Many of the investigative cases focused on the actions of individual members, and below are records relating to the Nation of Islam in general, as well as pages highlighting prominent leaders and members of the group. And you have Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X was a prominent member of Nation of Islam. Muhammad Ali is also somebody that people cite whenever I talk about Nation of Islam. Kinda, you know, Muhammad Ali, Malcolm X, Farrakhan Khan is still alive so far. You prefer Nation of Domination. What the heck? Sounds mostly harmless, barring individuals. Did you hear me say black nationalist movement? Would you say the same if I had said white nationalist movement? Would you say that that's mostly harmless, my friend? Malcolm X tried to get out and he was killed, unfortunately. Didn't Ali leave the Nation of Islam? Maybe. Maybe they'll have it in here. 1970, ended his career. Well, I guess I'll look it up, because it doesn't look like it's here. Okay. I don't know what Jacobin is as a website, but, like, I'm halfway down the page and the only sources above Jacobin are, like, the AI overview, Wikipedia, Quora, Reddit. So whatever Jacobin is not good. They're far, far, far left. Okay. So there's 3 matches here. No, it's, this one says, in 1968, Ali was out on bail, abandoned by the Nation of Islam, so that doesn't say that he left them. It says that they abandoned him. Jacobins were the people who did the Reign of Terror in France. Bro, why the fuck are people taking your religion and making it a whole-ass cult of theirs? I mean, every religion has their crazy cultists, right? Islam has the Nation of Islam. Christianity has the Westboro Baptist Church people. There's also that specific sect of the Latter-day Saints that still practices polygamy and shit. God, I can't remember. There's another one I'm forgetting. Westboro Baptist Church still exists. I mean, kinda. Muhammad Ali left that. Well, there's no. I don't want to read quotes. I want a source, man. Don't. I want a source, man. Westboro Baptist, never heard of them. They're a crazy cult-like thing. Do Mormons still do soaking? Westboro Baptist barely exists and barely was a cult. They were still fucking crazy. I would still call them a cult. Fundamentalist LDS are the polygamist. Yeah. Source? Do you have a source? Yeah, I don't like reading shit that I don't have a source for, you know? You know, chat just it says things sometimes. Now you have every reason why to hate organized religion. Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a coincidence, you swear? But your name is Muhammad Ali, too. Are you sure it's a coincidence? Maybe you could just tell us why you left the Nation of Islam. Oh, Westboro Baptist wasn't a cult. It was a family. Oh, was it just one family? I always felt like it was larger than that. Really? Gargoyle, thank you for the 279 Canadians. You're bad. You misunderstood. You're a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The Reformed LDS. My friend Seth was a Mormon. I don't know if he was a very good Mormon. He was a priest. Like he was actually like whatever they do to make people into priests. He was that. He did that. So he could do priestly things as a Mormon. But he was also an alcoholic. So he would get raging drunk and wander around in the woods of Canada and then message dick pics in the public Discord server. So a true Mormon! Mormons are the ones with special underwear? I have no idea. It's amazing how much damage... Oh, it's gone. Fun fact, there's a famous picture of George Lincoln. Who? Bellacrex, even too. Westboro Baptist Church has a website. Fun stuff. I love looking at cult websites. Well, I don't know if true, so like large grain of salt, because the only thing I could fucking find is the AI overview. Muhammad Ali eventually left the Nation of Islam and embraced mainstream Sunni Islam, and he initially joined the Nation of Islam in the early 1960s, but later moved away from its racially separatist teachings toward a more inclusive form of Islam practiced by people around the world. Which, like, good ending, right? Like, it's always a good thing when someone leaves, like, a racial supremacist group and is like, I actually don't want that, right? Like, that's a good thing. Yeah, good ending. Good ending if AI is to be believed. Look up Mormon underwear. It's a good laugh. I mean, I'm sure I've talked about it before. George Lincoln Rockwell was the head of the American Nazi Party. What the fuck? Wasn't there a game that used his name? Because that name sounds familiar in terms of video games, but not in terms of... I didn't know that he was the leader of the Nazi Party. You were a roommate with a decent Decani of the Seventh-day Advent. I don't know what that means. Bit autistic, and also does Apple software support. Wolfenstein, maybe? Maybe. What was the artist? What artist? HOI 4. Hearts of Iron 4. No, I want to say it was some sort of... Maybe I'm thinking of, like, them referencing him in, like, Fallout or some shit. I can't remember. Oh, it's the favorite Korean! Hello, where? Hello, cute, lovely, always bling bling Princess Kirsche. And viewers, have a good week. Long time no see. You have good news. You're now an uncle. Your younger sister gave birth yesterday. Thank you for always working hard on the broadcast. Oh, congratulations! Congratulations on becoming Uncle Ware, my guy. I hope you've been having a good time. Scoopy, help. Thank you for the 5. Pretty much every Mormon male gets ordained as a priest. You're technically one too. Oh, okay, I didn't know that was a common thing. The Mark Green experience. Thank you for the 10. Don't hate the Nation of Islam too much. The 5%ers offshoot gave us Wu-Tang Clan. Okay, they do. Okay, that music does kind of slap sometimes, so. UNC powers are great. I don't know what UNC stands for. The guy comes here too. That's wild. Does he just follow Fox women?
Which guy?
Have I heard of Rajneesh movement? So they took over a town in the 70s? That sounds familiar. I feel like I've read about that. Rajneesh. Also known as Arkarya Rajneesh Bhagwan, later as yeah, we've had a stream on Osho before. Yeah, we've talked about Osho. The Salmonella people. You knew a few Mormons in school, they'd all try to make flamethrowers out of hairspray cans taped to their wrist or something similar.
Ay.
I'm checking my email again, chat. I'm gonna have to learn how to beat editors with sticks.
Munya.
Oh, the thing from earlier I was trying to read. Famous artist Peepkun, thank you for the 10. I should gander at Canine Reaper. Dude is a software private security contractor. Posts daily life vids on Twitter. Someone else linked me to that guy, like, weeks ago. And I was like, okay, I'll fucking add him to a follow. I'll see what pops up in my feed. South Africa guy? Yeah, South Africa guy. Doesn't sound like any seminar class you went to. I don't know what that means. My head is starting to pound. I'm starting to die, chat. So I think I might get off a few minutes early here. Let me see. The Homestead is online.
Ay.
It's hard deciding, like, who to raid at the moment, because, like, since I'm in the middle of being attacked by a bunch of fucking crazy people, I don't want to, like, accidentally draw their ire to someone that I raid into. Right? I don't want them to start just, like, attacking someone else merely because I raid into them. So, yeah, let's raid into Pickle, because she gave me the panties. She'd be okay with it. She'd be fine. I gotta be very careful about who I raid right now, even if I want to raid someone, just because, like, I don't want to accidentally paint a target on someone else's back with, like, the crazy freaks that are fucking trying to basically destroy me. Don't want to just Russian war raid, true. But Julie, thank you for the 5. To counter Wu-Tang, Nation of Islam also gave us Tariq Nasheed and King Flex. Wash Your Ass is a banger, though. I don't recognize the name King Flex, and that's very unfortunate. I didn't know that Tariq Nasheed of buck-breaking fame came from the Nation of Islam. That's funny. Scooter, thank you for the 5. Hi, Foxwife. Do you still have the tab about necrophilia in India? You wanted to hear about that before the drama blew up. I do. I don't know where it is right now, but it is still in my tabs, and I'm sure I could find it if I typed in the correct searching words. Shima Pan raid into the Peakle. Give her big love for giving me the pantsuit picture. I did not expect her to actually fucking do that. Holy shit. I've got women panties on my head now, chat. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. Usually I go over. We're ending a little early tonight. I'm fucking exhausted. I haven't been getting much sleep. Hopefully my editor will finish up things soon and I will be able to get something very special out to you guys. I get something very special out. It's gonna be a fun time. It's gonna be a great ride. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Thank you for all of the crazy fucking support. A Binary Mind is working on something because I can no longer lie to myself and think that I can ever keep up with the level of super chats and bits and subs and resubs being thrown at me. So I am sorry. I'm sorry for that, and thank you if you threw coins at my head. Thank you for all the supas. Thank you for the resubs. Thank you for all of your thick support. I appreciate you guys. I would not be able to be here at all, but much less weather all the shit that I've been dealing with for the past few weeks without you guys. You're fucking wonderful. Please enjoy Peakle. Have a great rest of your night.
Bye bye. Bye bye.